Is me, Emperor AP. Today we are going to be jumping in with another big live stream. Today we are going to be specifically talking about how to run a micronation. A lot of people who are joining us and who are talking about micronationalism in this community, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on MicroWiki, whatever, Reddit, Twitter, they're all a lot of the time people who are actively trying to run and start micronations. Most of the time, it's not people who are just joining micronations, even though those people end up ultimately being top tier. And so I'm going to explain a little bit of that in just a moment. But real quick, let me send. Hey, sorry about that, everyone. I wanted to post our stream in the Discord. We got Maki joining in. It's good to see you, Maki. Max joining in already. Thank you, Max. I just wanted to talk about the leaders of micronations. So a lot of the time we see people wanting to come into micronationalism. They're really amped. They're really excited, and they just want to lead something. They want to move forward. They have this grand dream in their mind, and they know how to achieve it. But ultimately, there becomes a lot of downfalls, a lot of problems with just jumping into this leadership role that sometimes people don't understand, sometimes not fully aware of. And many times this can become a headache for the micronation itself as a whole, for the individual leader, and it can ultimately become a headache for the citizens that join and see some difficulties arising. So first off, hello Max, hello Gorth, it's good to see you all. Joking Games said finally back after months of focusing on other stuff. Glad to be watching live again. Thank you so much, Joking, for jumping in. That means a lot. You may be joking, but I hope you're not. And also, please like the video, you guys. It helps a lot. Vincent said, good morning, AP. I streamed 2 days ago, I believe. Yes, you did, and I actually watched your stream. It took me a while to get through it, but I did watch your stream, and I wanted to talk to you about it. I definitely appreciate it. It seemed like you had a good conversation, and I'm excited to talk. If you guys see Vincent in the comments, that is one of our citizens. He has actually been making content for us live, and if you're interested in that, go check some of his stuff out. You can see his very cool outfit and his face over on some of our other videos. But real quick, I wanted to stress that a lot of the time, when these micronationalists jump in, they start creating their flag, their name, their culture, all of this stuff that Vincent talked about the other day on his stream. We run into this huge issue where people don't necessarily know how to run stuff. It's not that, you may not have run a club before. It's not that you may not have run even a business before. A lot of people who come into micronationalism are really savvy and they're really smart. They know what they want to do and they're after it. The problem is micronationalism is a whole different ballgame. It's not just that you're trying to be an entrepreneur. It's not just that you're trying to be a political activist. It's not just that you're trying to, be some kind of outsider or whatever. You're doing all of these three things together. You are having to cram this amalgamation of different projects, organizations, and goals into one being that you're trying to bring alive, so to speak. Bring to life, so to speak. And that's really hard. It ultimately adds to a ton of stress in a person's life. We've talked about that previously in streams. And if you don't know how to consistently plot through that and to actually make something with incremental progress, you're going to fall flat. It's going to happen. It happens to the best of them. And ultimately, there are going to be moments where you have to decide how to, strategically reevaluate your position and start to make some changes, or to start dissolving and fall apart. We have seen a ton of micronations, especially over the last year, dissolve. During the COVID pandemic, we saw a ton of micronations dissolve. We actually saw a ton of micronations rise during the COVID pandemic as well, because people had so much time in their hands. And so that's something that I really want to talk about. It is just this dynamic of going from, okay, well, I've got all my checklist boxes done, and then sitting back and going, so what is my actual nation? What are these people who are in here and trying to develop something? What are they actually doing? What's the purpose of how we're developing, and how you go to last so many years in micronationalism? And not just doing that, not just existing, but actually making progress along the way and continuing to grow what you're doing. We have 3 viewers and 1 like. Thank you guys for joining in. Vincent said, I'm not as good a streamer as you, but I'm trying. That's okay, Vincent. One, it's just all about what you want to talk about. Focusing in and having your energy is a big deal. And also just being yourself. You don't want to come off fake. You don't want to come off like you're trying to sell something or pitch something super hard. It's you. And I think you are doing that tremendously. So don't sweat it at all. I believe in you, Vincent. and people enjoy those streams. Vincent said, would you say that joining groups or games or locally good practice for helping to run a micronation? I would say that definitely depends, right? Because yes, absolutely. Um, just like um, just like we talked about a second ago, you can have all of these different things that you've been a part of previously, but micronationalism is a whole different beast in and of itself. Now, that being the case, the more leadership experience you have coming in, the better. So when you're doing something with a club, when you're doing something with, some online strategy game that you've been developing with some friends or whatever, those are always big things that help. They give you experience working with people, they give you experience handling difficult situations. But there are some additions to that that sometimes don't play well with whatever you've done previously. A lot of the time, the more well-rounded you are as a leader, the more different things you've been a part of, the better it is, because you have to encounter situations. Even if you've done every single type of leadership possible, if you've been a politician, if you've been, an entrepreneur, if you've been, a game master, if you've been, a game developer, this and that and the other, ultimately, you're still, if you've like run a property before, ultimately you're still gonna run into this scenario where you hit something in micronationalism that's completely new and different, and you have no idea how to handle. What I want to talk about specifically with that is that people run into this wall of, and I see it, this is just one example of one of those things. People run into this wall of, oh man, so now I have to deal with foreign dignitary stuff. I have to deal with other nations. That's a huge thing that people run into, and they either don't have the etiquette for it, they like goop, I slap myself in the face. They don't have the problem. That's how passionate I am about this. They don't have the proper etiquette for it. They're straight up going off the rails. Like they have some problem with another nation, and they start railing against them, and they start saying, "I hate that nation. We're going to war. We're doing this and that and the other," and they're just slamming the whole book at the first problem that happens to them. That happens a ton. Those people immediately get blacklisted in the community. Not literally, but people tell their friends of, "Hey, this micronation that we dealt with and we don't like them," and it starts to get them a bad reputation. Then they're having to deal with that and a bad reputation. If something negative in your micronation happens, and there's a backlash from it from the community, there is a huge fall apart that happens. Sometimes people leave the community over like, "Oh, there was like this incident, and this and that happened," and so now people fall apart, especially when it deals with wars, especially when it deals with people who are actively trying to compete against each other. There are a ton of reasons that people leave the community or just become dormant for a long time and then eventually come back. There's the other thing that's really big, economics. There are a ton of people who enter micronationalism because they're like, oh, I'm a big history buff. Oh, I'm a big, I play a ton of strategy games. I've always done like these different clubs and organizations. I've always, felt like I'd be so good at world politics. Okay, how do you make your nation money? That's a huge thing. That's a huge thing that a lot of people in this community have no experience in. And when I came in, I had a little bit of experience, but I didn't have experience in all the politics stuff. I had to start building that up myself. I didn't have a ton of experience in going from, small individualized personal business into, larger scale development, trying to grow that, trying to make it more complex and trying to reach out to other people. That's a huge thing. Putting yourself out on the line for your nation is a huge thing that a lot of people, no matter what their experience and background is, have trouble with. The concept that political activists may have more connection to this one and find it a little bit easier. People who straight up go door to door, maybe not literally, but reaching out to people in the larger community that you're in and talking to them about micronationalism, plenty of them are going to metaphorically or literally shut the door in your face. And they're going to say, I'm not interested in that. That's not for me. Or they're going to come back at you with something negative, and they're going to challenge you, and they're going to say, hey, this micronationalism thing, it seems like a negative thing. It seems like this or that. How are you going to do this? How are you going to do that? And a lot of the time, people don't have great answers. A lot of the time, our pitches in micronationalism are far, far off. That's another thing. Great ideas, great planning, but very few in-between steps to actually prove some method of execution for what we want to do. I say all of that and I spout out all of that to show you that no matter what area you come from in your background, no matter how skilled you feel you are as a leader, no matter how good you are at organizing people, or how great you've run through, Hearts of Iron or making history or whatever, and you think, some strategy game, some grand strategy game, and you think, oh, I could easily run a nation. I've dominated this game on hard mode every single time. The easiest game of life is the most extreme hard mode plus 1,000 on whatever game you're playing. Because you're not starting out as some great country that's already pre-established. You're starting out as something nobody's ever heard of and doesn't have a reason to care about. You have to build that. You have to get people to believe in what you're doing, and that's a hard sell. You have to give those people value before you get almost anything in return. Some people will take a very small amount of value. Some people it'll take an overwhelming amount of value to get them on your side, and that's a hard thing to do. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take effort, and every single person's micronation is going to be lopsided in those things, meaning you're not going to hit all the boxes perfectly. If you're really good at making money, you may not be as good at social media. If you're really good at social media, you may not be as good as making money, and both of those people may be garbage at foreign policy. Many of those people may be garbage at handling stress. So there is a ton of different things that are just gunning for micronational leaders, things that are going to make micronations collapse and make it a small possibility that many micronations last up to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, because there is so much stress and weight on a micronation's development at every step of its growth that it is near impossible to bet on a micronation's success and well-being. You don't know. There are some of the best designed and maintained micronations that ultimately end up falling flat because, for example, your ideology. If you're, big into foreign policy or whatever, and you start going out and talking to different people, people are weirdly critical of each other's ideologies. You know what I mean? There will be a communist that comes in, and everybody will say, "Oh, that communist! No, kick him out, kick him out, kick him out. We're not going to even listen to what they say." Or somebody who comes in as a monarchy, and people are going to say, "Oh, they're not a democratic. They kick him out, kick him out." Or people who are democracy. "Oh, they're democracy. They don't know how to run a micronation. Kick him out, kick him out, kick him out. It's too complex." People are so critical, and it's sad. It's difficult because there are plenty of people who come in with good intentions in this community. There are plenty of people who legitimately want to reach out to others and grow the way that they've been developing to connect with other groups, with other micronations, and people are just ready to shut them down. I think part of that's the competitive nature of micronationalism. Everybody thinks that, oh, once I get this and this far, I'm going to be able to expand really hard, and I don't want all these other micronations around me, or they're getting in the way of my interests, or they're competing with my ideas, so I don't want them anywhere near what I'm doing. And that's such a sour attitude to have. It's one that is not easy to overcome. I think it's something that's fairly natural for micronations, but it's something that you have to actively work against your own mind in developing your nation to ultimately succeed in. You have to be thinking about partnerships, and you have to be thinking of internal development way more than you are trying to expand and trying to grow your power, because a lot of this power comes from defined value. Once you have some defined value, you can work on growing it, but it's not going to look like those strategy games. It's not going to look like these everyday things that you feel like, are very one-to-one. That you can just, okay, well, if I just make whatever I'm doing bigger and better, then it works. A lot of the time, that's not the case. A lot of the time, it's going to take some creativity. A lot of the time, it's going to take trying different avenues to see what works and what doesn't. And a lot of the time, that costs resources. So every time you fail, every time you mess up, you're stagnating, you're falling backwards, you're having some difficulty. And people see that, and people many times want to help you, but it becomes incredibly stressful and incredibly difficult on a micronation to keep consistent growth. And so you shouldn't be looking at necessarily keeping consistent growth. Of course, that's the ideal, but a lot of the time, managing the internal affairs of a micronation is a lot better to its development, and making sure that it is able to handle its own growth and development is much more important than the actual growth and development itself. many micronations that do very well. For example, Molossia, Sealand, West Arctica, all these micronations that you see that have money coming in, a lot of the time they're not posting like an incredible amount. A lot of the time they're not doing, crazy large things. Many times it is that they've just been around for so long, steady grinding, that eventually they get to a place that's relatively comfortable for them, and they start to do what they can do there. Now, I'm not saying that they're the best for, growing the largest micronation you possibly can. There are other strategies that may work better for that. However, and each of those micronations are different, so I'm not trying to lump them all into one category of this is right or wrong. What I'm saying is those micronations all have figured out one thing, and that is their own pacing. They've all figured out what it is that works for them, why it works, and how they can continue to grow it in a way that doesn't cause them so much stress that they collapse. And I think most micronationalists haven't figured that out. Also, we have 9 viewers and 3 likes. If you guys can go ahead and like the video, it does mean a lot to me, and it helps us to spread this conversation out to other micronationalists who may need it, and people in the community who don't even know about micronations. If you guys are trying to get like your nations to grow and pop off and all this stuff, because we're talking to micronational leaders today, we're talking to the people who are trying to self-start and grow these different countries. If you don't have more people coming into the community that don't know about it, it's going to be harder for you to make your pitch to more people. So the more likes we get, the more people we have watching right now. We got 9 viewers. The easier it is for us to get that message out to people and to teach them about what micronationalism actually is. So real quick, I'm going to read through a couple different things. Everybody's saying good morning. Joker says, I can attest to how hard it is. Life gets in the way. A lack of progress as well as an unsure of how to progress makes it tiring to continue trying. Absolutely. And that's something that I've spoken on at length now, so I'm not going to stay on it too much longer. But it's this idea that you really have to rein in what it is that you want, focus on a small group of goals, and then try to achieve those with everything in you. And if it doesn't work out, you have to be okay with that reset. You have to be okay with slowing yourself down and saying, okay, well, what am I gonna do to pace myself? This isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. That's, said in a lot of different practices, but especially in micronationalism. If you burn yourself out right at the beginning of the race, you are gonna have no energy to get close to finishing. This is something that is really, really technical and really hard for micronations, because if you're too stagnant and if you're too underdeveloped, then you won't be able to hold people together. So if you all of a sudden get 30 citizens, and they're all actively participating, they're, the dream citizens, they're building, they're making, they're all doing, creating on their own, and then all of a sudden you're not around and you're not able to continue to help them and encourage them and guide them in the direction that they need to be, you'll end up with a situation where a lot of people will leave, or a lot of your citizens will be, kind of in and out, hit or miss. And that just develops in a nation. And if you don't have a really good way to pace yourself and make yourself a part of the community at the rate that you can handle, then it's gonna cause you just as many issues as if you didn't push that hard at all. Corsia says howdy, y'all. Vincent says hello or good morning, everyone. Onslavia says slamming propaganda. Oh, I know that. Redshank's Communist Union. But that's what I'm saying. Don't be negative against different micronations because of their ideologies. Don't hate on different micronations because of their ideologies. Everybody has their own way that they're trying to achieve their goals in this community, and everybody wants to see their own ideals developed. So the more that we say, oh, you're different than me, so I'm not going to deal with you and I'm not going to talk to you, it pushes our whole community down. It pushes our entire ideology of trying to get this main goal achieved and says that's not as important as our personal beef, which is ridiculous. Next thing, Corsia says propaganda is not good for relations in the community. It's been to stick together, not just argue amongst ourselves. Divided we fall, but in peace we might just stand the test of time. Agreed. And that's part of the thing that is huge about it. When I said, oh, foreign relations is really important when you work in micronationalism, I'm sure there were a lot of people who sat at their computers and they were like, what? Like, you can learn foreign relations. You send out a declaration of mutual recognition. You send out a treaty of friendship or whatever, or a military alliance or whatever, and that's going to get you. No. No, those things are cool, and those things may help you to develop something that's more fundamental. But the more fundamental thing that you need is to be able to develop a friendship. Not a friendship declaration, an actual friendship. To get to know the person on the other side of the screen, to get to know the people who are trying this whole project themselves, independent of what you're doing, and to learn from them and to try and understand what they're doing and why they're doing it and to make sure that they have your best interests at heart and your motivations at heart just like you should have theirs, because that's the thing that I think Corsia was just talking about, this concept, and they hit it nail on the head. This idea that you can't just sit there and be an island. You can't grow from this position of, well, we're gonna, push back and do this and do that and take from other micronations what we can and say screw all the rest. You have to be able to have other people who are willing and able to help you out. And unfortunately, in this community, there are some people who are happy to join micronations, and I think there should be plenty more. But there are other people who just want to run their own nation. And so that being the case, you have to understand how to work with those people as well. And that's going to be a frustrating thing because those people aren't going to agree to the same ideology as you. They're not going to have the same goals and interests as you. So they may not have a ton of vital resources or ways to implement the things that you want to do that they're doing, and vice versa. So this may feel pointless. You may sit there and say, well, I have all these different nations I'm connected to, but how do I really grow that? What's the point of all that if, I'm not getting something out of it? We're not growing. We're stagnant. Are you friends? Are you teaching each other? Are you helping each other? Is there something that you can do together that makes it valuable for you to keep coming back day after day to talk to them? For you to be able to feel like you left with something of value, that it made you feel more excited about the community, that made you feel like there was more benefit to being here. Because if you can find value in that and you sincerely feel like it's a good thing, other people are going to too. They're going to see that and they're going to want that relationship. They're going to want that friendship. And that's something that takes time and effort to build. That's an investment, just like an investment in going after citizens, just like an investment in going after your economy. And so all of that time that you're spending on those different friendships, trading agreements, relationships, Yamos, citizenships, whatever, like those different organizations that you're a part of, that's all time that you could have been spending doing other stuff. So if it's not helping you, you don't need to be a part of it. If it is helping you, you need to really hone in and figure out why it is that you feel it's valuable and what that means for your community. Because as soon as you start figuring that out, you've identified its value. As soon as you've identified its value, you can really start to hone that and craft it and perfect it and then show it to other people and say, this is why we're doing what we're doing. This is the thing that's helped us last so long. These are the things that have helped to give us benefit. And it really shines a positive light into the community. It shows that people can build together. Anslavia says, and Holy Eponian Empire that is aggressive against ELM and Pokovian Socialist Republic. Absolutely. There are different micronations that are going to be antagonistic toward each other all the time. And once again, please like the stream, guys. 9 viewers, 4 likes. I'm going to keep hammering you guys about liking it because I know y'all sometimes kill it. Sometimes we ratio and we get like 9 to 9, or we'll get like 9 viewers, like 11 or 12 likes. So I see you guys out here. Y'all can help to blow this up, especially because people need it. You've seen some micronations that are struggling out here. They need it. Joker says evening time for me. Good evening, Jokers. Joking. And also, where are you from, joking? Vincent said, I think a lot of kids who make micronations that are very least there at the very least, even if it doesn't get anywhere, experience leadership and are skills that can be used in other areas of life like student gov. I completely agree with that. I'm not saying that micronationalism in and of itself isn't leadership skills. It 100% is. And it's also something that allows you to see all these different aspects of, like you said, other things that you can go into. But that's not exactly the goal of today's conversation. The goal of today's conversation is to say, well, what's the inverse? We understand that micronationalism has some inherent benefits that we all see, and that goes out into other aspects of other communities, and we have micronationalists who excel in other places. But how do we retain micronationalists? How do we make it that micronationalism isn't a stepping stone to macronational politics, or isn't a stepping stone to some other field? How is it that we make micronationalism a professional field in and of itself? How do we make micronationalism something that other experienced professionals are coming into to seek their fortunes, to seek their ability to grow, to seek their connection to others who are like-minded? And that's the issue. Micronationalism is such an expansive thing and such a difficult to manage thing that most people look at it as a stepping stone out instead of a stepping stone into this community. And that's something that we have to change. That's a relationship that we have with the macronational community that's a one-sided one. That's a bad one. That's one that is not actually helping us as an entire community to grow and achieve more. So sure, we can teach each other things. Sure, we can help each other out in as many ways as possible. But at the end of the day, if we are not finding good methods of retaining people and of bringing people in and of showing people that there is a path for them in this community, that makes it so much harder. That makes this community consistently repeating this cycle of having some people come up really quickly, peter off, fall off, and then say, I'm leaving the community. I'm so sorry, everybody. It's been a great run. Thank you so much for being a part of this. I guess, we'll have to see where life takes us. I've seen that message on Twitter, on Reddit, on Instagram, on all these different places, on YouTube, time and time again, of people leaving micronations, of shutting them down, of maybe coming back a few years later and saying, no, I'm back and I'm interested. But it's rare. It's so rare. And if they do, they jump into, one thing here and one thing there, and then it kind of peters off and they fall out again. And then that one's less public. It's frustrating because I know there's a ton of talent out there, and I know there are a ton of people who really, really care about micronations. And so I think that a lot of that leadership ability needs to be able to go into individual focused micronations. If your micronation has one leader, one main person who's running everything, it's going to be really, really hard for you to do all the things that you need to do consistently to be able to upkeep a growing nation. Nations are teams of people. They are communities of people, just like we have Vincent here, just like we have Steven, just like we have um, Matt and Drew, just like we have, uh, you know, uh, all of these different community members that we have. It is super, super important that we appreciate them, just like we have David, just like we have, all of the different people who are coming together to make an individual community. All of our Discord people. It is necessary that as we develop, as we move forward, that we are not trying to, quickly develop those people into some sort of rush. That's another big thing that I see in this community. There are a ton of people who develop micronations, pull together a cabinet or a government or an infrastructure, whatever it is, to try and get people into positions of power so that they can have them manage things for them, and they don't give those people breaks. They don't give those people a way to, take time and develop. They don't give those people a means of success. They just say, hey, you run this thing for us, good luck. They either, one, don't manage them at all, and they say, you're the head of our media relations, you're the head of our foreign affairs, you're the head of our treasury, you're the head of this and that, and then they just kind of sit back and they're like, I'm the leader of all you guys, and when there's something that comes up, tell me. If not, do whatever you want. And that's a big problem because that's so hands off that then not a lot in your nation gets developed, or if it does, it gets developed in a very scattered and uncoordinated way. However, if you're too tight on the reins and you say, hey, everybody's got to do this, you got to do this right now, you got to do this right now, you got to do this right now, a lot of people are going to fall off because they're going to say, hey, I'm not getting paid for this, I'm not getting, supported in this, there's not a ton of value for me once I leave this, and there's ultimately this struggle every day of keeping up with the demands of a busy nation. That happens all the time too. I see it in a whole bunch of communities. I've even had issues where I've developed this with some people where, we'll get an ambitious team together and we'll really, really push for something. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, well, we have to really slow down and backtrack. And then some people aren't on board with that. That's the other thing. You're going to have some people who are really, really ambitious and want to constantly push forward and work nonstop, work every day until they fall apart. And then there are going to be some people who want to take things slow and have their pacing move out. Ultimately, you want those second people. You want those people who are going to stick with it, but who are going to move at their own pace, know what they can do, and stay committed. Those people who are going to burn really bright but burn out quickly are people who a lot of the time are going to come in, use up all the fuel in the community, and then walk in the time of other people, the resources of other people, and then walk out and say, well, it was your fault because, I didn't achieve what I wanted to. Your community didn't give me enough resources or ability to achieve what I wanted to. And a lot of the time, that is a really negative attitude. A lot of the time, that's something that almost can't be helped to some extent, except for to look out for people who are really, really ambitious, which is a good thing. But trying to overextend themselves, you have to have a way as a leader to come in and slow people down and to say, this is what we're doing. Overall, these are the goals that we have. And yes, you can help us to move forward with those things, but I'm not letting anybody burn themselves out or burn other people out. This is something that is a really, really delicate balance and an art in being a leader. Trying to make sure that you can get as much participation out of your community as possible while minimizing the amount of turnover that you have, while minimizing the amount of stress that you are inducing in your people, to allow them to have fun, to allow them to be excited to come back day after day after day, to be able to help out, and to understand that people aren't machines. They're not going to be able to perform everything in the way that you see it. They're not going to be able to do everything in the way that you would most like. And it's a struggle. All of these different things that we just talked about, these vastly different conversations, they could be videos in and of themselves. They run into the same consistent issue of, well, I thought my micronation was going to be like this, and so ultimately I don't know how to get it across to these other people, whether it's other micronationalists who are running other nations, or whether it's people internal to your community, your own citizens, your own residents, who may not understand your vision or whatever. At the end of the day, everyone has a different view or perspective of even the same words. A lot of micronations create constitutions. They create these documents that are supposed to be the set in stone rule of law for their nation and how that's going to work out. And at the end of the day, that a lot of the time runs them into trouble because everybody still interprets that document differently. You can be the mediator for that. You can be the person who ultimately decides what that means, but everybody's still going to run to you with questions, and you have to be able to answer those questions. You have to be able to manage and show those people by example exactly what it is that you are trying to do and exactly what it is that your nation's overall goal should be. So that's what needs to be defined. And that's the thing that needs to be focused on, not individual set laws all the way down to, the individual tax brackets and stuff like that for your nation. What's more important is to have a group of people who all understand the same main goal, who can work within their own personal lives and their schedules to be able to slowly craft and develop their specific piece of that puzzle. And to do that consistently and successfully time and time again, even if it is slower than that person who's going to be sprinting and who's going to be trying to do everything that they can until they burn out. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do. You're, in that sentence alone and what we just talked about, you're dealing with managing people. You're dealing with managing resources. You're dealing with time management. You're dealing with, cultural identity. You're dealing with documentation for maybe legal purposes, maybe, just, team building, stuff like that. You're dealing with, oh goodness, community discourse and solving problems. You're dealing with, mediating different events and, kind of middle management sort of stuff. There's a whole bunch of it, hierarchy development. There's a whole bunch of issues that micronationalists run into at every single step of the way. And one of those things, if done very, very incorrectly, can cause somebody to spiral. It's a hard community to be in. It's a hard thing to develop. And sometimes you just got to push through those losses, push through those struggles, push through whatever it is that you've dealt with to continue to come back and to say, you know what, I'm doing this, I'm here, I'm making this come hell or high water. And eventually you learn. You start to figure out, okay, well, I'm doing these things wrong. This would be a little bit better. Okay, well, I didn't really get what I was looking for here, so I should kind of focus more in this area. Or maybe I need to double down and, keep reworking this and reworking this until I get it right. And it's always going to be that way. Vincent said that's a good policy to have. I think peace works out better than being a war hawk and trying to be edgy and get temporary fame. Completely agree. Vincent's right on the money. Corsia says, I do my best to make non-micronationalists and micronationalists feel welcome in the overall community and my nations. community no matter where they come from in their walks of life. Absolutely. But sometimes you have to actually go out and seek those people. It's hard to just passively like accept people because this community can be slow moving, and a lot of the times the people who are seeking the community out, the people who already know about micronationalism, are people who were actively looking for how to start their own country. So many times, though you will find great friends in that, great benefits, and great people to learn from, if you're truly trying to develop your own nation and find leaders who may be excited to help you develop, but aren't necessarily attached to the micronational community because of their own interests and power, you can do that in so much as you start to search for other people outside of the community. That it's not just a passive, well, I'll wait for them to come in, that you are actively searching out for those other people in your local community. Vincent said, "Oh, AP, I acquired a sewing machine, so I'll be able to make some small Eternia flags soon." Yo, I'm excited to see it. I saw you post a flag in the Discord. It looked very cool. Anslavia says, "I don't hate RCU because of that." That's good. Max says, and that's why many nations signed the agreement of the micronational ethics. I agree, and I appreciate it. By the way, if you guys want to sign the micronational ethics, it is on our website. If you have any questions, email me at eternianempire@gmail.com. Link should be in the description of this video after it goes live. I'll throw the description in there. Also, it's on our about page, etc., etc. If you type in the Empire of Aeternia in Google, our website should be one of the first links. It's a Wix site. I believe it's eternianempire.wixsite.com /eternianempire.wix.com /imperial market. Click on that. Go to culture. You should be able to go to the micronational, the rules of the oh my gosh, the rules of micronational ethics. Um, the the basis for that, and we created this a long time ago, last year, was the concept that there are certain basic fundamental understandings that we as micronations have, and that I think are important for us to move on as a community, for us to agree that these are things that are important, and this is the reason why we are all here. So let's not fight about this and that and the other thing. Let's focus on these core tenets, make sure that everybody kind of agrees on them, and then move forward. So if you want to sign that treaty and become a part of a group of people, a group of micronationalists who all feel like they're working toward the same goals and want to help to bring this community kind of under a larger umbrella, please let me know. Reach out if you have any questions and submit to sign that document. Okay. Rich says, unfortunately, I won't be able to join the stream today. I'm at school. At the moment, we'll have to discuss what I DM'd later. Agreed. I appreciate it. And again, I saw. So Rich is talking about a micronational organization. I'm curious to learn more, but I'm very very back and forth on that. Vincent says, "All right, Rich." Corsia says, "Corsia briefly went offline, mostly because of personal stuff, which is why I came back to doing this. I had goals and more wisdom between my brow." That's great, Corsia. Corsia says, "This time around, my nation was going to be not a hobby; it was going to be a passion project, and it was going to be there for people who need it." That's definitely important. Having your goals and your ambitions and your reasons for doing something really help you to stay motivated in it. But at the same time, don't feel upset by lacks of progress. Don't burn yourself out too quickly. It can be a headache. Vincent says, "I think government positions are given through merit, or if I know they are able to handle it, or they've run stuff with me before. I think it should be earned, but being advised by your friends isn't bad." Agreed, agreed. I will say government positions are a whole different animal, and a lot of the time people do throw people into government positions, even if they have some merit, and there's a big difference between making a couple things and, actually being able to hold and consistently run a government position, especially because those government positions kind of help to determine the consistency of your nation, and how lopsided the different development structures of your nation are. Bo Raid says, "Kingdom of Radicun Empire here." Hey, it's good to see you, Bo. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm curious to know how you like the stream so far, and also if you've subscribed to us. I'm not sure that you have. If you have, I definitely appreciate it. But it seems like you got pulled in via the algorithm, or maybe via our Discord. That being the case, what have you struggled with as a micronationalist? Are you a new micronationalist, or do you know, what some of the larger issues you faced are? I'm curious. What are things you're nervous about in the micronational community? Vincent says hello. Anslavia says, I don't hate the RCU, I just think they don't need to attack that much. Anslavia says, AP, what do you think about micronational hyperinflation? That's a great question. I think it's one that is not the question, but the actual issue is something that's very silly. This is something that, again, a lot of people who join micronationalism don't join with just, the perfect, well-rounded leadership experience portfolio. They're joining with very different categories of interest and reasons for developing a nation. And so then they're told you have to develop a culture and an economy and a foreign diplomacy. And so you're in this position where you're having to deal with a whole bunch of different balls that you've never had to juggle before, and you're expected to do them all at once to be able to develop and support a thriving nation. And so this is something that's super difficult for a lot of people. This is just one of the many common mistakes and tropes that I see in the micronational community, which is absolutely ridiculous and is something that it doesn't have to happen for any reason other than that people just think they can push forward with a solution to their problems and end up running into issues. I'm not sure. I think some people do it as a meme. I think some people very purposely know what they're doing. I'm spitting toward the camera, excuse me. Very purposely know what they're doing and messing up their economy, and they do it anyway because they've done it, in a video game or something, and they think it's a meme. Some people, I think, do it accidentally because they don't know about economics. But very briefly, what they're talking about there, what Aristotle is discussing, is the concept that you start a money, you start some kind of currency for your nation. You create it, you do something with it, and then all of a sudden you say, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and start printing a whole bunch of money. I want to give all my friends all this money. Here you go, money, 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 money. Here's all this money. Everybody gets a whole bunch of money. And then all of a sudden you realize that either one, your currency isn't backed on anything, so all of a sudden it really doesn't have any value to begin with. But then you just made it to where there's so much of your currency everywhere that you have to figure out some inherent value for it to have. So then when people start turning it back into you, you realize that you have to take a lot of that currency back in order to give them something small so that it retains any kind of reasonable value. Otherwise, they're going to completely bankrupt you by turning in your currency. Or you print a whole bunch of money and you throw it out there, and then you say, oh, well, goodness, well, my currency is backed on, this one little chunk of whatever I have, gold or silver or whatever, or, our entire currency is based off of the value of 30 US dollars. So every single time I print another note, or another piece of our currency, it's a fraction of that 30 US dollars. It's a problem of pulling from the same kitty. It's a problem of having this one amount of resources that your economy has developed and then saying, okay, so this pool is never going to grow. It's always going to be the same size, but we're going to keep printing more and more money, which fractionalizes this thing. If you have a cake and you say, okay, everybody gets a slice of cake, but I want 12 million people to have a slice of cake, then you're going to slice it into 12 million pieces such that everybody's getting a crumb. And nobody really wants a crumb. The crumb isn't valuable. The crumb isn't something that people are going to be excited about. They want a nice thick cut of the cake. And if you're going to do that, it is much better to cut the cake into a reasonable, proportional amount so that you're not pulling in people only to disappoint them with the value of your currency. It's not necessary. You don't have to do it. Like, people in the micronational community treat hyperinflation as if it's this beast that showed up out of nowhere and that there's nowhere to defeat it, like the Demogorgon or something. Oh no, we're in Stranger Things world and we can't defeat this mythical hyperinflation that just showed up out of nowhere. We gotta get an 11-year-old girl to come and close the portal and save our economy. I'm being silly about that just because Tiffany and I have been watching Stranger Things, and it hit me with that kind of like this cosmic apocalyptic fear that people have of hyperinflation, and it's very, very silly. It's something that you are choosing to do with your country and its government and its currency, and there's no real reason to do it other than that you're just trying to throw out a whole bunch of money to whoever says they want some and to make other people feel rich. But I will tell you trying to have your currency reach a ton of people but not having a ton of value associated with it is just a way of far overreaching yourself. That's like you saying, you're gonna send $1 million worth of trade goods all over the world the first day you start your micronation. You can't afford that. You can't afford that. It's not reasonable. And yet, you're going to see plenty of people who are going to continue to try and do that regardless, simply because they feel like it's their only method of development. It's their only way to consistently get what they want. And it's absolutely incorrect. There is no reason to do that, and there's that other than the fact that you're just going to leave yourself in even more heartache. We have 11 viewers now, 7 likes, 10 viewers, 7 likes. Thank you guys for hanging out. I want to keep bringing up a few more things. Let me know if you thought that was a sufficient answer on Slavia. Also, I appreciate you guys liking. We're nearly ratioed. We got that 9 views, 7 likes. If we can get it up a little more, 10 views, 7 likes. If we can get it up, and I know you guys can, then we can be blowing up the micronational community with this critical information. Corsia says, as a writer, I believe coming from something that people... Hello, all newcomers, and welcome back, my fellow Eternians. Sorry about that. Yeah, everybody's jumping and saying we had technical difficulties. Let me go ahead and jump back into Discord. Okay, hey everybody. I see a whole bunch of people who jumped in and out. Sorry about that. I was gonna say, so what ended up happening, my phone, all of a sudden, my phone straight up went, oh, it's overheating, we're gonna shut down really fast, and then just like straight up killed it. So sorry about that to everybody who was watching and who got kicked out of the stream. We do have 3 viewers, 10 likes. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. And I hope we can get everybody back in. I just sent out a thing on Discord saying, hey, everybody, if you didn't know what happened, please jump back in. But we'll see how that goes. I'm going to keep talking, though. We were talking about a good discussion. I'm sorry that everybody left. Olaf jumped in, and I didn't even get to respond to their thing. I'm sure they left because they felt like, oh, I got kicked out. Greetings, Olaf. It's good to see you. Real quick, I'll jump in with everybody. We got 5 viewers again. Thank you guys for trying to pop back in. Ooh, hold up. There's a whole bunch of people who had comments. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry for everybody jumping in and out. Okay. Saber Moose said, your thumbnail is hilarious. It looks like you're screaming, LMAO. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. The idea was, so I talked about how to run a micronation, and so the concept was me like running, but I guess I kind of goofed it, and it's when you're screaming, like trying not to get run over by the Demogorgon that is hyperinflation. Maki says, any European micronations that would be interested in being part of a monthly newspaper for European micronations? Why European micronations? Why don't you want to involve us, Maki? What did we ever do to you in the US of A's? I want to be a part of it. Make me a part of it. Maki, make me a part of it, man. Come on. Come on, dude. Don't leave me hanging like this, bro. I'm right here with the high five. Don't leave me hanging, Maki. Come on. Thank you guys for liking and hanging out. We're back up to 8 people. This is really cool. Vincent said the flag I posted in the Discord is the flag that me and my friends made. We were passionate. So I made it as a sense of Kalvarian pride. Very cool. Nice. Let me just hit this up. It's not a micronation, is it? Because if it is, that would be a conflict of interest thing. But I think you've told me before it's like a part of a game, and that it's not a micronation. So as long as that's the case, I appreciate it. It's all good. Maki says, Maki Zupi, that's not a bad idea. I wouldn't mind being based in England myself. Very cool. What about us? Why can't you call the US a European micronation? Michael Ryan says, hi, Al. Hey, Michael. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in the last couple streams. Maybe you were in the... Maybe you were in like the second to last one we did, but I missed you, Michael Ryan. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining in with us. Maki says, the Empire of Corsia. And then Corsia says, newspaper, Zupi. And then Mackie says, your micronation is based in England. And then Corsia said, yes. Francisco said, hello from Yara. Hello, Francisco. How's the last time we heard it? How's that whole coup thing going? I know y'all said you thought it was resolved, but it seems weird to resolve something that's like based on people in micronationalism because it doesn't seem like you could ever like fully resolve it. Those people still exist, and I'm sure they're still mad. So like, what happened? Also, if you don't know, Francisco's nation, Yarrow, is going through like a weird civil war type thing. War is silly. I don't condone it, but this was in particular interesting because the person who was like disagreeing with him and like trying to like overturn his rule in his country, like joined in the chat and was just like insulting him and saying like real mean stuff out of nowhere. So it was wild. Also, I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna do a little bit of ASMR and eat a Jamaican beef patty while we hang out. It's like an empanada. Crime Papers joined us. Crime Papers. Yo, I haven't seen you before, or if I have, you're like under a new name. Good to see you, Crime Papers. What are you up to? Are you documenting crimes in the micronational community? Also, Crime Papers, if you haven't subscribed to us, there's no better news for micronational crime than the Empire of Aeternia. Oh goodness, I probably shouldn't plug us as that. But I appreciate you joining us. Definitely let me know what you're up to. And let me know if you've subscribed or not, because like I said, there are a ton of people who regularly join in that I just know by name. I know their nations by heart, and their screen names by heart. Crime Papers, I'm missing you in my lexicon up here. You gotta subscribe and get a part of the AP internal lexicon. Crime Papers says, I know a nation who's serious about economics and has never done any. Also, make sure you guys turn on all post notifications. That's something that's really difficult. A lot of people don't see all our content because of the post notifications. So make sure that all of them are turned on, not just some. Crime Paper says, I know a nation who's serious about economics and has never done anything like what you just said about hyperinflation, yet they stand at a 24.30% inflation for the past day. Um, you just don't have to, though. That's what I'm saying. Depending on the way, let me know how they set up their nation then and its economics. Because if they're serious about economics, there's no reason they should have that kind of inflation. That's such a huge number. What? Mikey says, I'll DM you. Most nations deal with around, I think it's like a 4% or like 7% or whatever, like inflation rate. That's even still can be kind of extreme. In micronationalism, you guys excuse me, I'm having a solid bite. There's no reason to have a 25% inflation rate as a micronation. If you have a 25% inflation rate, that means for every $4 you have, an extra dollar is just popping up somewhere. What does that even mean? Maki says, I'll DM you. Do you have an Instagram account? They said no. Vincent said, oh no, the stream's buffering. Yeah, sorry, I'm doing like pre-stream cutout catch up. So sorry guys. Crime Paper says, for example, you are blaming the US for inflation going on due to being silly. I suggest you go and check the news and see why it has been going up. I'm not saying macronations don't have inflation. I'm not saying inflation doesn't exist. I'm saying for micronations who are creating their own currency and distributing it to a small amount of people with very limited, if any, GDP, there is no reason for inflation to exist. You're defining the value of the currency. There's no reason for inflation to exist. Sure, if you're dealing with something that has billions of dollars a year in GDP, if you are dealing with nations that are constantly having to print money to keep up with the fact that their money is getting like destroyed every day in use, yes, 100% inflation exists. When you're talking about trading with other nations, not on like a small scale, but on like a huge international shipping route, yes, inflation exists, 100%. You're having to do like constant exchange rates with other currencies that also are dealing with inflation. Yeah, inflation is a natural part of that, and it's a natural part of the world economy. What I'm saying is that your micronation, when you have like 7 people who are actively able to use the currency and have it as a functioning thing, which if you're doing it to any large scale where you would naturally have inflation, you should also have a money transmitter's license. So you may be doing something illegal if you're doing like a large amount of transactions or whatever with your currency. I'm saying that's what's silly. What I'm saying is most micronations, if not all micronations, should have no reason for inflation, because even the largest micronations, the ones that give out the most currency, the ones that are doing the most actual sincere trade, have good ways of regulating it and know that it's something that they are making up the inherent value of. So it's easy to keep it in check. Um, that's a part of having, to some extent, a command economy. Command economies aren't the answer to everything. Free market economies definitely help as you get larger and larger. But for small scale purposes, command economies work very, very well. So you can just say, hey, this is the defined value of our currency. And if there was a ton of trade going on, which most micronations don't have, if you do, then why aren't you a millionaire already? Why aren't you a professional micronationalist, which very few, if any, micronationalists actually are? If that is the case, then yeah, sure, you should have inflation. But again, I don't see any evidence of that. Um, ooh, okay. So, joking says, I thought it was just me. Um, Corsia says, I was about to say it's me, or has the Emperor gone dark? Yes, my apologies. Again, my phone overheated. I literally like unplugged it, stuck it like in a freezer to get it to cool down. It was a whole issue. I'm trying not to let it heat up too much anymore. Vincent says, I suggest we just wait till it comes back up. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys hanging out and spending time with us. Maki says, sadly, Instagram based, so any other way to contact your nation? That's a great question. Corsia says Discord. Ooh, hold up. Let me adjust the lighting. Of course, this is Discord. Vincent says, because money was printed for stimulus checks, crimes paper, you don't got to be rude about it. We know why it's happening. Um, no? What? Stimulus checks. I don't think stimulus checks are the 100, percent reason for inflation. I do appreciate you defending me there, Vincent, and I do agree. Stimulus checks and just in general the pandemic can account for some inflation, but that's not the reason for large scale inflation. Large scale inflation has to do with, yeah, of course, like very destabilizing factors such as oh goodness, such as the pandemic, but there are plenty of other destabilizing factors that are a lot worse. Like, for example, runaway industries, industries which are already profiting off of non-renewable resources, or resources which require the inherent like devaluation of property and value of people's labor in order to continue to make a profit on. And so we really, really pump up these companies' profits and try and set regulations that ensure that companies make profits without actually understanding the value of the thing that they're making a profit from, which when you do that is basically the same thing as what these small micronations are doing, just in a more convoluted way, where you're just printing money to try and hand it out to people so people still feel rich, even though the value of the thing that they're actually doing is decreasing. Like, for example, with Nestle, who sells bottled water, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff like that. I was just watching some videos on that as well, where or oil companies who like move pipelines through Native American reservations. When you have something that is defined at a specific value in a world market, and then all of a sudden, in order to keep that same value, you are having to destroy property values and destroy anything and everything in your way in order to keep it at that number, you're still decreasing the value of it. You're still hurting everything that is the infrastructure to prop up that industry. So you're keeping this number in check over here, but because economics and a world economy is something that is a symbiotic system, it's a multifaceted web of different value structures, you are all of a sudden throwing everything in the equation off, except so that you can keep that one number constant, that profit ever increasing. And so when you do that, the profit means less and less and less, not because those people aren't still making money and that money still isn't valuable. It's because you're not tying that money's value to the resources that it's actually originally supposed to be connected to and worth. I'm not saying pegged economies like the gold standard and silver standard are solutions to that problem at all. What I'm saying is regulation is. But that's a whole different issue. Maki says, are you on Aeternia Discord server? Hey, everybody hit up that Eternian Discord server. Corsia says yes. Olav says, greetings, Eternia. Greetings, Olav. How are you today? Vincent said we're having technical difficulties. I appreciate it. I hope Olav is back in the chat, so I was able to do that greeting. Crime Papers at Vincent. Well, AP seems to think all micronational economies are a joke. The micronation I was talking about is extremely serious with economics. You are the only one being rude. Why come into a chat and diss the person that's speaking and the person that's like moderating? I don't know. It's just weird. It just whatever. I respect what you're saying, Crime Papers. I'm not trying to like dismiss you. What I'm saying is the thing that people are doing in micronationalism is wrong. The runaway economies that people are dealing with and feeling like is this impossible thing that you can't fix is something that you can fix with regulation in your micronation and in the macronational world. It's a lot more complex in the macronational world because there are plenty of different interest groups that are vying for power and to make sure that they keep those profit margins. Because if they don't keep those profit margins, it's not them that they're going to hurt. It's not the CEOs of these corporations that are going to take the hit. They're going to just start firing people in their plants and shutting down their factories and forcing people to do whatever it takes with regulation to ensure that those factories can keep running so that those governments can continue to say that they're providing jobs for their people. But it is a runaway industry. It's a system that the US and many other nations around the world have continued to prop up because they're afraid of what would happen otherwise. They're afraid to combat these large corporations who will drain the planet of resources in order to get their profit margins up. It's gross and it's hard to deal with. And it is one of the major root causes of inflation around the world. Inflation is a natural thing when you're dealing with large-scale trade systems, of course, because you have to be able to balance some of that, and you have to be able to protect private interests to some degree. Those companies do deserve to make money. Those companies do have the ability to continue to increase their profit margins, but not to the extent that they're destroying the planet to do so. They are runaway. They're continuing to grow without any cap on what they can do, despite the fact that we have limited resources on the planet. And those resources are getting split up. That cake is getting split up thinner and thinner and thinner with the guise of saying that we have more and more and more money and value in the world. Corsia says, yeah, baby, woo! I assume from coming back to the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, guys. Maki says, add me, Jan3, Sobisky. Vincent said, no, not really, dude. You literally posted the same comment twice. It's all good, guys. We're all friends here. Joker said, don't gotta be hostile. Joking, I keep imagining you in like a Joker voice for some reason, so the don't gotta be hostile thing really got to me. I appreciate you being here. Crime Paper says, Vincent, what nonsense am I seeing in this chat? How did I post the same comment twice? You did post the same comment twice. Crime Paper says, mind blowing. Vincent says, I have a screenshot of you posting it twice. Olaf says, Vincent, us? And Vincent says, no Crime Papers. Crime Papers, oh, well, it's probably my internet. Yeah, it's all good, everybody. Olavian Ministry of Propaganda says, greetings. Olav, hey, you joined us again, but you switched up the thing. Did you just change the name of your account, or did you actually, like, switch accounts? I'm curious to see. Greetings. It's good to see you. Crimes Paper says, I suggest you stay out of this. No one mentioned your name. Oh, goodness. It's weird. It's like a fist fight in the chat. They're like, stay out of this. Stay out of this, Joke Gaming. I'll fight everyone one-on-one. This is weird. This is said, buddy. Zan said, you realize we are all tax slaves. Do you think your backyard is a nation? You really think your backyard is a nation, or is this just a role-playing thing for you? It looks cringy, honestly. So that's actually a great point, Zan. A lot of people don't really understand what micronationalism is. And I'm glad that you're here because I keep talking to everybody about we need to have more people come in who don't understand what micronationalism is. So even if you disagree, let's talk about it and let's understand the issue at hand here. A lot of people feel really dissatisfied with the government, the way that things are working, with the society that we live in. It seems like I can infer that you are the same because you said you realize we're all tax slaves. So immediately you associate taxation in your nation, wherever it is, with slavery. And you feel like that's something that binds you and forces you into a system to some degree. I may be, I may be assuming a lot, but it sounds like that's what I'm getting from your comment. You're saying you think this is some way that you can escape the slavery that we're all bound to, right? So no, I'm not fantasizing about being the leader of a country and saying, oh, I'm just role playing and I'm ignoring what's happening in the real world. What I am explaining is this is a way for me to declare myself as wanting to do something different and in fact stating that I'm doing something different. A lot of people feel as though the way that you have to change things is either through a revolution or through changing it from the inside via voting. I've always found that voting isn't a great way to get your voice heard, and I think a lot of people feel very similar. I'd imagine you do too if you feel like taxation is slavery. I imagine you feel like a lot of the time your voice isn't heard, which leads you to that belief. If you felt like your voice was heard, then the taxation that you are paying would feel justified because it's going toward things that you're interested in. But that all being the case, you you are curious as to whether we feel as though we are, role playing or what I assume. Let me read your comment. Uh, do you think your backyard is a nation, or is this just really a role play thing? So that's a great question. Originally, when we started this nation, we did not have any land at all. We didn't own any property. The way that we developed was through the internet. Essentially, this idea that, so if we all believe the same things, if we come together and say, hey, as Eternians, which is what our nation is, the Empire of Aeternia, if we are all connected and believe the same things, we can create some sort of organizational structure to make change in our own lives. That's what Eternia was. This idea of having the spirit, which is the ethereal part of our name, like a spirit, and eternal, meaning everlasting. So we are really trying to create this everlasting community of people who are all working toward the same goal. Seeing a new nation created that has improvements and expansions upon it that let it leave and become more independent than the nation that we are a part of currently. No matter what nation you're a part of across the world, you have the ability to make change simply by being a part of this community. We are very realistic with the way that we view that. However, that is our current objective. Now that we are 5 years old in developing this community, 3 years on YouTube, we have actually achieved our first land purchase. So it's not like my backyard is what I'm claiming as a micronation. Right now we have a territory which we own from the state of Alabama. That's 3.5 acres of territory. It's completely undeveloped, and we've been actually tracking the progress of that development as we go along. So if you're interested in seeing what we're doing and the ways that we're making progress, you can definitely follow along with that. So then you'd ask, okay, we have this territory and stuff. How does that actually help anybody? You're just running around claiming yourself to be a monarch or whatever. Okay, well, we do have this community online, which gets a lot of benefit from us, and some people take quite a bit of inspiration from it. So that means a lot. But on top of that, there is this big issue in our end with trying to ensure that we have some economic viability. The reason I started Eternia for myself, why I was convinced to become the first Eternian citizen, is because I see the issues that my parents dealt with economically in the United States, where I lived and grew up. And so it's this issue that in order to fix something that I felt was broken, to be able to provide a better standard of living for myself and my family moving forward, I needed to start something independently. I needed to start something that didn't rely on somebody else hopefully one day doing the right thing to allow us to live okay. It's about taking that into my own hands, about defining something economically for myself that can provide prosperity. You don't have to start a nation to do that, but starting a nation to do that does allow for some political statement to be made. It does allow for everyone to understand what your goal is and the way that you are organizing your community. So that's what we are doing. We are creating industries on that 3.5 acres, and actually started before that through this online community, which have been supporting us economically for quite some time to be able to purchase that land. So this has a real world value that we have turned from having purely an online nation that has been supported by the places that I've rented over my life thus far, to eventually being able to purchase territory that was supplemented by the support, the monetary support that we got from our community over the last 3 years. On top of really the last 2 years since we've actually started looking for funding. On top of that, now that we have this 3.5 acres, we have a place that we can have residents come and live and actually claim themselves as Aeternians so that that can become even more official. You not only have these people online who are talking about this concept of running their own nation and do, you have people who are living with their families on a piece of land and developing it for the purpose of identifying and growing their security economically as part of this community, as citizens in this nation. So that's the idea. We're continuing to expand the industries that we've already been working on, such as our automation industries, our solar and green energy initiatives, and our arc furnace metal melting, metal refining industries, recycling industry. So that all being the case, those are things that we've already started making money on, working with people online, and now we're expanding on our property. As we get people to come in and live on that land and actually work the land with us, we can hopefully provide them some jobs, some benefits, and even offer them free housing to be able to stay there. Because it's our land, we don't have to pay rent on it, we just have to pay property tax. So as long as our property tax is taken care of through the industries that we run, which is fairly cheap, we can then offer free housing for people who choose to live there, work there, and consider themselves Aeternians. Not for nothing, that's some power, that's some influence, that's some ability that we have in a way that we wouldn't have had previously in a town, in an area that is unincorporated in Alabama. So it's something that allows us a lot of ability to start talking to people and growing this idea that we're supporting. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're claiming independence from the United States on that territory. It doesn't mean that, if the police showed up to our door with a warrant, that we wouldn't have to oblige by that and fill that. We pay our taxes. We do everything necessary to follow the law. But we always say we identify as independent from the United States. We want to pursue a country that develops in a way that is beneficial to our citizens and allows us to continue to prosper for the ideals that we seek. We don't have to worry about whether our vote counts in the United States in order to be able to actively achieve our dreams. We can start working on that today. And while the territory that we have may not be 100% independent from the United States, we are still more than capable of doing something external to the United States as we continue to develop more money and purchase more territories internal to the United States. Those industries that we run on the territories that we have internal to the United States can fund projects external to it, whether that be in other countries or whether that be in places that are kind of no man's land, like in the middle of the ocean. These are things that take a lot of time and a lot of money and will probably happen long after I'm dead, but I have the ability right now today to set the groundwork for that and to be able to say, no, this is how we identify ourselves, this is how we move forward, and this is what this community is. So if you're legitimately interested in looking into the micronational community, by all means, here we are. But please know that when you do that, you have to come in understanding where people are starting from. Ask any question you want, have any question ready to go that you feel like you don't fully understand. Even criticize us to some extent. But know that we're going to keep pushing forward, and I only ask that you continue to watch our progress and see where we're coming from. Because if you truly feel like your taxation is slavery, then you're not living in a place that uses it to what you want. In these micronational communities, we can do that. We still have to pay our taxes to the macronations that we're part of, but maybe the people in your community, if you set it up right, would pay those taxes for you, because it's a small price to pay in comparison to having a support network of people who are helping to push for larger independence and more self-government. There's a way to do it, and we're doing it. Maki says, now we have 7 partnering micronations from all parts of Europe. Congratulations. I hope your newspaper goes well. Again, hit us up in the U.S. I want these U.S. stories. I would watch it from these U.S. stories. Zan says, for most people, this is a hobby. For some, they are trying to build a community. So for them, it's what they want to do. Agreed. For us, it's very, very serious. We, of course, are focusing on it pragmatically, but it's very serious. And the idea of independence or the idea of self-government is something that is earned. It's not just something that you can claim, but claiming it allows people to help understand where you are going, what your goals are. Olaf says, just heard Stameria's at war. That sounds dumb. What? With who? And are you sure? Are you sure they're not memeing? Drew says, hello. Hey, Drew, how are you? Corsia says, yes, Jamaican pasties be very great. Emperor Zacharias the First condones this. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Emperor Zacharias. Yeah. Zacharias, yes, we do love Jamaican beef patties here. There are, of course, a ton of different delicacies in Eternia that we also, for my birthday just recently, ate a Cajun crawfish boil. It's a part of my, home culture and community. So very diverse here. We have a lot of different culinary interests, and I'm excited that you're supporting one of them. Olaf says, just heard some areas at war. Yeah, with whom? Olivia says, mini micronations. Oh, that sounds silly. Corsia says, British Corsian sarcasm incoming. Ministry of Propaganda says, one of them is Republic of Botlandia, so it's a bot. They're at war with a bot. What? Drew says, yeah, he made a video about it and he doesn't recognize them. Oh, okay, so they're not at war then. It sounds like that's a clickbait thing. Corsia says, Corsian tip on how to solve inflation, just don't have an economy. Can't inflate if you don't have money. That's true. That's true. Sometimes micronations create money before they even need it. So, honestly, I know that's a meme and it's sarcasm or whatever. You said Corsian sarcasm incoming. I agree, but sometimes that's true. A lot of people create money as one of the first things that they develop for their nation without necessarily needing it. Vincent says, I think Andrew wouldn't waste his time with war and all that. I don't know. It seems like a clickbaity title, if not. Joking Game says, I just watched that. Basically, they were just acknowledging a bunch of micronations declaring war on Stemeria, but it's probably just satire. Seems clickbaity. I don't know. Olivian Propaganda says, yes. Vincent says, but yeah, AP, it's a video game thing, so not a micronation, though. I've tried to convince my friend to make one. He said, no, but I wish it was. We have a well-established culture and government. I respect that. But Vincent, I would say, I would worry, the more you would develop that and the more like serious you would get with it, the more that it would be concerning for us. Because one of our big rules with Aeternia is you can't be a part of any other micronation or government organization and be an Aeternia. I definitely respect that, but I would say if you were interested in developing some of those ideas and things that you want to see out of that, I would recommend you try and pitch them here in Aeternia. We're definitely excited to continue to work and grow and understand your interests. So if that's something that you are wanting to do and wanting to pursue, try and take some of those ideas and see if we can't work them into Aeternia. I want you to feel like when you're in Aeternia, you're working on things that you're proud of and excited about. And I think a lot of those will ultimately end up being parallel lines of thinking for how we can develop toward the same goal without needing to create two different nations. Corsia says, honestly, the person who makes a micronation about cookies and actively makes the whole theme around cookies, even though it would be a joke, I would buy that person a cookie. Very cool. But I will say, Vincent says that was years ago, so you're good, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm sorry to bring it up. I always have to be just in case. There have been plenty of situations in Aeternia where somebody will go a significant part of the way through the citizenship process or even be a citizen, and then will later say, oh, by the way, I didn't tell you I'm a part of this micronation, or oh, by the way, I didn't tell you now after I've gained citizenship I'm also now a part of another government or something, and it just becomes a conflict of interest. So I appreciate it, Vincent. It means a lot, and thank you for being upfront with that. Corsia, if you did buy that person a cookie and they run their micronation based around cookies, they probably have enough cookies, so you might want to get them some milk as a good trading partner. They may have as many cookies as they want, but they're going to be bone dry without some milk, and their bones will have no calcium, so they'll have some weak, shriveled, dry bones, and you're gonna need to provide them some milk. So honestly, that's a good economics right there. Get a little bit of milk, get a little bit of cow, you got it. Uh, they will be loving you, and you'll get some cookies, some of their cookies. Oblivion Ministry of Propaganda says, farewell, Emperor AP. We're leaving. It's good to see you, Olaf. Thank you for hanging out with us. Michael Ryan says, checks, pandemic, supply and demand, war, and more. This is a worldwide issue. Agreed, Michael Ryan. Michael Ryan says, who thought Canadian truckers would affect U.S. supplies? The trucking industry is like America's almost only way of getting things. We have things shipped from all around the world, but once it hits a U.S. mainland shore, a shore or the U.S. mainland, or once it hits any of our neighboring countries, Canada, Mexico, immediately it has to go on trucking routes. So yeah, 100%. Canadian truckers do affect U.S. supplies. There are hundreds or thousands of trucks every single day, maybe tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of trucks every single day that pass through the U.S.-Canadian border. Same thing with the U.S.-Mexican border. Mikey says, Michael Ryan, everyone. Vincent says, hello, Mike. Michael Ryan says, not before they did. Michael Ryan says, hi. Corsia says, keep complaining about economies, crime papers. Come on, take a break, relax, have a glass of... Hey, very cool. Jet just hit me up about a hangout. Come take a break, relax, have a glass of water, love life, laugh hard, run fast, be kind. I really love that, Corsia. That's an inspiring message, I think, that we should all take. Also, 13 viewers, 15 likes. We're ratioing hard. Keep liking it up. Keep throwing it up. It means a lot. You guys are absolutely killing it. And now that we have 13 viewers, we're hanging out and talking about some pretty serious topics. So if you guys, as micronationalists, as leaders of micronations, as people who want to join micronations, or as people who have no clue what this community is, we had somebody who just commented earlier trying to understand stuff. I think they came about it in a little bit of an assuming way, but I hope we can have a sincere conversation with that person. So if any of you are interested in continuing that conversation or any other, please drop it down in the comments because we'd love to hear from you. Joking says, maybe I should start doing that. Sounds interesting. Very cool, Joking. Zan says, no, I don't disagree. I saw a documentary on Vice where a lady dead serious said her rock in a suitcase was a nation. That was too far out. Makes sense. Well, I would say this. That's, a part of Microcon. And that's actually something that we are going to go to very soon. A lot of people create micronations for a lot of different reasons. And so we're excited to meet those people face to face, take them seriously, and see what they have to help us develop. Even if we don't agree with what they're doing or why they're doing it, we can certainly benefit from that and help to pursue each other's goals through mutual benefit. My zodiac sign, I think I'm a Gemini, if I understand correctly, Zan. I believe I'm a Gemini. Drew says zodiac sign and then puts a clown face. I don't follow zodiac signs very much, but I have had people tell me that before. So I'm a zodiac. I'm a Gemini. Drew says Lynch. Corsia says, Zan, I saw that video and it's what led me to Aeternia and ultimately to become a micronationalist. Very cool, Corsia. Zan says, yes, I love astrology. It tells a lot on a person. Total clown, agreed. Very cool, Zan. See, Zan's now become like an active contributor in the comments. I appreciate you, Zan. Tornat says, starts with a sound economic policy and independent and strong currency. Zan said, everything is energy. What wakes you up in the morning, what puts you to sleep at night, what keeps your eyes blinking and mouth moving. Energy is everything. Yeah, to some degree. Yeah, I agree with that. Drew says, zodiac signs, totally what everyone is like, and totally should be assigned to everyone, and everyone should be treated like their zodiac sign. And then monkey with a ridge. Oh, goodness. Drew's memeing out here. Tornat said, did you ever consider land outside the U.S. and North America? Yes, 100%. It's just a money thing. We want to establish as much as we can in the U.S. and North America simply because we are trying to grow nearby us. I want to be hands-on as much as possible. But then from there, yes, absolutely. As soon as we can get some more investment, we want to reach all over the world. Zorant says, Zan, energy and fuel is very important. But energy is in fuel. It goes hand in hand. Matt says, hello, Matt. Torrance says, Aeternian leadership thinks too small. Agreeable? What you mean, Torrance? Washington says, sup, y'all. Sup, Washingtonian. It's good to see you. Drew says, no, I disagree. Thinking bigger is more money and harder. Absolutely. Also, it's not that we don't think big. We have plans for, oh, if you were to all of a sudden become a part of the UN and do all this, but that's not what we really focus on, because that's not here and now. You have to have all of the steps laid out from here to there, to this Jamaican beef patty, to be able to get to the Jamaican beef patty that is independence, UN recognition, all of that. So if we're focused on this and constantly thinking about this, we're not taking the steps we need to get closer. So we're actively focused on taking those steps and teaching you all how to take those steps, because that's the thing that people aren't talking about. Sure, plenty of people are talking about what would happen if their nation was recognized by 35 different countries. Sure, people are talking about what their ultimate hopes are for their micronation and pitching how they're going to save the world, but they're not focused on day to day. Very few are, so we are, and we're here to teach you that. Zan said, Pluto is Capricorn. Pluto rules Scorpio. Death, destruction, hell, poison, sexual perversion. Saturn roots Capricorn, society, government, consciousness, reality, and structure of all is the glue of all. I'm a little bit confused by what you mean, Zan, and I feel like we've gotten a little bit off topic. Tell me more about what you think about micronationalism. I know we were talking about zodiac signs, and that's something you're interested in, but you came in really hard, like, talking about micronations. And from your perspective, now that you've been a part of this video, what do you think of micronationalism? You're somebody from the outside, and I think for a lot of people watching this video, it's really important to see an outsider's opinion of micronationalism, so that when they go to talk to people about it, they know what to expect, maybe. As well, let me plug my phone in, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, sorry everybody, jumping back in here, grabbing my phone, plugging in this charger so that way we don't lose this, and it means a lot, sincerely. So, I know I'm jumping around right now and I'm fumbling the camera, so I'm sorry if this is anybody any headaches or issues, but we have had a long history on this channel, and very rarely do we get this many viewers, so it means a lot that you guys are here having important conversations with us. Drew says, hello, Washingtonia. Hey, Drew, what's going on? We're not Washingtonia, but I do want to say hey to Drew. Corsia says, I don't think this to be a hobby or a community. I want it to feel like a family in a way. This makes our citizens actually love and care about each other. I agree. That's definitely important. Family dynamics are important. Drew says, Capricorns don't rule society or us. Maki says, no, only Europe. Cool guys, sunglasses. But Maki, no, we want to be can you at least cover stuff like in the US? There are so many micronations in the US, Maki. There are a ton of micronations in Europe too, but come on, Maki, where's that cooperation? We need you out here, bro. The US itself feels like Europe in the sense that everything's so spread out. Like, being in the US isn't like being in Britain where, oh, if you have two micronations in Britain, they could like see each other. No. This is like, having one person in Canada and the other in Mexico. Like, it's that distance most of the time in the US for different micronations. So having, or one person in Spain and one person in Ukraine, it's very, very different. And there's a ton of mileage that has to be traveled between micronations in the US. So bridging that gap, connecting European micronations to US micronations would help the community a lot. Corsia says, hey, Washingtonia, look, Washingtonia, I don't believe we've met before. Very cool. They're introducing each other. And this is something cool that happens in the chat. In addition to whatever we're talking about, people make connections, and it's the same thing with our Discord server. So I appreciate you guys jumping in, being a part of the Discord server, and making it a big part of what happens. Washingtonia says, I'm taking current world issues course for my school, and I'm finding good ways to combat them. Hey, very cool. I'm proud of you. Thinking about forward progress for the world is always important, and it helps to shape what you want to do as a country. Maki says, we're called EM News. Very nice, Maki. I'm excited to see the development of EM News. Zan says, it entered in 2008. In 2008, Obama was elected and the CERN Hadron Collider was turned on. Most major funded projects in existence from world government. Nothing was the same. I think you're overhyping the Large Hadron Collider. It was cool. Helped us discover the Higgs boson, but Not that hype. It's hype. As a physicist, it's hype. But I think you think of it in like an apocalyptic way. It's not that hype. Michael Ryan says, Tamaria is not at war and none of us should care anyway. Agreed. Agreed. Washingtonian says, hi, Corsia. Michael Ryan says, Micros declared on Stamaria, which has since mocked them. Still clickbaity. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that stance. To make videos just to be clickbaity. Okay. Ooh, okay. A lot of people. Wow, we're late in these comments. My apologies. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, Washingtonia says, yeah, I'm a micro country based in Seattle area, and I have a good plan when America falls so Washingtonia can take the P and W. See, that's the thing that I feel like micronationalists are way too focused on that doesn't have a concern. There are a lot of micronations that are focused on like apocalypses or like what happens when the government fails. That's not what you need to focus on. Focus on the here and now. Governments, a million to one in most macronational countries around the world, not going to fail. Maybe a billion to one. So don't worry about that. Zan says, I'm a Capricorn. Yep, talking about energy and stuff. Corsia says, if Washington seeks American collapse, surely this is harmful to not only yourself, but Americans as a whole. Your nation can only be as good as its in times of peace as it is in times of crisis. Agreed, and it would cause you to lose so much infrastructure. As well, nobody would know what your stuff is, so when people start panicking, they wouldn't necessarily run to you for help. They may just attack you. And you may not be ready for that. Drew says, your astrological belief, Zan, sounds cultist to me. Interesting. That says, Zan, are you okay? We're trying to figure it out. Washingtonia says, we don't look for that. We have a second plan. Zan says, society is poisoned right now. That's why people are like this everywhere. I can explain why planets line up exact order every century. Someone is doing it. Christ spoke in age of... You're really jumping around hard, Zan. Matt says, Zan, I feel like you should seek some therapy. No offense, but it would be in the best interest. Zan said, Gooligan, yes, I'm trying to explain why I like astrology. Interesting. Corsia says, that's not wrong, Emperor AP. Time to buy some milk. You know it. Fake Name says, I'm late, but still always good to see you, Fake Name. We have 9 viewers to 18 likes. We're killing that ratio, but I appreciate having you guys hang out with us in the chat. 10 viewers, 18 likes, getting better. Washingtonia says, hey, yo, Fake Name. Zan says, the way the world and people in it are, I'm sure it wouldn't hurt. Agreed to have some therapy. Everybody needs some therapy. DaVinci says, hey, it's Fake Name, Washingtonia, my biggest fans. Hey, yep, very cool. You guys have been super supportive of Vincent, and that means a lot to me. Drew says, he's from astrology. Washingtonia says, hi, Vincent. Fake Name says, the video where Stamaria said their micronation declaring war, most things he showed were actually just criticisms. Stamaria mocks everyone who dares to criticize them. AP, please take a hardline stance. That's true. That's true. I think, I don't know. I want to take a more hardline stance, but I don't come out and condemn other nations for what they do. That's what Stamaria does. So I want to be better. I want to be different. I want to lead this community and show that there are a better way for us to come together as understanding each other's differences than trying to be divisive and make a gatekeeping club where we say, oh, you have to meet this and this and this criteria in order to be a part of this. And if you ever have anything negative to say about us, then we don't care about you whatsoever. That's something that's wrong. That's something that happens consistently in this community. And it's a shame that one of our more prominent figures, one of the people who have come up more recently and gained a lot of attention, has been so reckless with the way that they have gone about achieving that. Again, people come in the micronational community from so many different areas of life. So many people come with so many different backgrounds and understandings of the way that things need to be run, and I think that there is a severe lack of decorum and etiquette there that people ultimately miss. It's rough, and I think that if you're not very careful and not very considerate of other people's feelings and the way that things should be developed, that ultimately you will hurt a lot of people in the community and people will turn away from you. Those are my thoughts. I think we should not focus on what other people are doing and how they're causing problems. We should be trying to figure out solutions, and we have been. More videos to come showing some of our developments. Vincent said, astrology, in my opinion, is witch stuff my sister and mother believe in. I don't have any beliefs personally. Makes sense. Different strokes for different folks, as they say, Vincent. Fake name says, oh, these bullies. On these bullies. Agreed. Fake name, there's some bullies that are happening for sure. Um, I'm not down for the bullying. That was a big thing that I talked about when they initially came out with their condemnation video. That was like, you know, these people are a scam and this and that. People in our community got bullied over that. That was one of the biggest things that I talked about in my video. The thing that I was sad about was the fact that people were like emailing me and messaging me saying like, people are bullying me because I support Eternia. People are bullying me because I support communists or whatever. That's a shame. That's not what our community should be. We all have the same goal of trying to grow and understand how we can achieve more independent life and promote economics with each other, promote something that is sustainable for ourselves and our families and for our communities. We want to see a better tomorrow, and we're not going to see that fighting each other and tearing each other down or gatekeeping each other in this community. Zam says, look for signs and seasons. What's a season? A period in one's life, a collective. Matt says, Zan, you're actually going to a therapist, right? Zan says, no, I'm not, Gooligan. Maybe you should for narcissism. Yo, why did it turn so hard? Y'all chill. Everybody needs therapy. It's fine. Don't pick fights in this chat. Fake name says, oops, I murdered someone. I'm such a Virgo. Oh my goodness, fake name. You're memeing. Washingtonia says, coffee is my energy. That's true. It does have energy. Zan says, poison, sour, negative, judgy. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. Zan says, everywhere it's like passing demons on the street. Days of no days. Okay, we get it. We get it. Torrent says, I've calculated start expenses. I figured 25,000 citizens would make an investment price more affordable. Absolutely, that's reasonable. But again, 25,000 citizens, what does that mean? You have 25,000 YouTube subscribers. Is that citizens? 25,000 residents on a property? That's very different than 25 citizens around the world. What are these citizens, how do you determine the value of a citizen? Does 25,000 citizens mean you have a certain economy established? Citizens are a really, really hard way to determine a micronation's value. Michael says, Torrance, are you a real estate investor? I don't know about that. At least not. I could be wrong, but I don't think Torrance is a professional real estate investor. Matt says, Zan, you need to chill, take a breather, please. Zan says, I totally support micronationalism. Really cool. Thank you very much, Zan. I really appreciate that. And if you do, please subscribe to the channel. It helps us to continue to spread the word and spread positivity like it seems like you're about. Corsia says, Corsia has a 3-step plan to become more self-sufficient. Self-succeedent, I assume sufficient, in the summer over a 2-month program. Earn some wealth. Very cool. It sounds like earn some wealth is the general statement. What are the 3 specific steps? Hit us up. Washingtonia says nice. Zan says disengaging. Agreed. I think that's important. When people get into arguments and they start like wanting to hit on their side really hard, it's important to just not talk about it. Let's talk about the subject at hand in the video, which is micronationalism, economics, trying to create stuff for each other's nations. Michael Ryan says the trick to running a country or a micronation is crying in the bathroom and screaming at the walls when nobody's around. LMAO. Take the good with the bad. That's certainly fair. I think if you're getting to that point where you're literally like screaming and crying all the time because it's like so intense for you, that's a clear sign that you may need to take a step back. It doesn't mean you have to shut down your nation. It doesn't mean you have to stop what you're doing, but you for sure need to say something's happening. This is changing me in a negative way, and I need to be able to relax. I need to be able to find some peace, and I need to be able to focus on the things in my life outside of micronationalism that make me happy. Micronationalism should be the yin and the yang. Like you said, taking the good with the bad. It should always be a motivating factor, a driving, something that's fun for you. I find myself getting into stressful situations where I'll feel like I have deadlines I need to meet. I have this and that I'm trying to get this watch time. So, I'll be really, really in my head about stuff. I've gotten good over the last few years of catching myself, though, when I start to get a little bit too overworked, when I start to be pushing too hard. And Tiffany has been a saint helping me with that. She has been teaching me about how to recognize that in myself and about how to find focus with her that is important to helping me find balance in my life. Just in running around and in trying to do everything that I do, sometimes it makes me more disorganized. So taking a break for a second and saying, you know what, I'm not going to stream today. You know what, I'm not going to do this or that today. I'm going to focus on something else, or I'm going to focus on getting these other projects that I need to get done. It really, really helps me to put things into perspective. It helps me to have fun and to take a breather for a second. Micronationalism is always fun and it's always enjoyable, even just getting to talk to you guys. But there is fun that is connected to the thing that you're doing every day. You know, you can love your job, but even sometimes your job may become stressful. And so then you have to find fun that is specifically outside of that. Not because you don't enjoy your job, but because you have to find something that takes you so far out of that mindset that allows your mind a break on running those same wheels. It allows it to shift gears for a second and focus on something else. A lot of the time when you come back and you do that, you take that break and then you jump back in, you realize you have a new idea about something. It allows your brain to kind of work in the background when you're not really focused on it and say, oh, this would be a cool idea. I'm excited. I'm glad I did that. But if you're constantly just laser vision, tunnel visioned in, you're not going to be able to see a lot of the things that you could be if you were to slowly just work on developing things. Corsia has given us their 3-step plan for growth this summer. 3 steps, says Corsia: growing some plants, potentially selling some plants, and generally develop the nation's garden. Very cool. So it sounds like it's all around plants. It sounds like it's all around kind of this agricultural development. And I'm proud of that. It sounds like you have a good, reasonable, small-term goals for trying to develop. Those are still some big goals, but they're perfectly reasonable, achievable goals. They're a lot bigger, a lot more reasonable goals than, oh, we're going to try and get $1 million in 5 years. Oh, we're going to try to do this and that and the other. You have an idea. I want to plant some plants. It's not too restrictive. You can pick a lot of different plants. It allows you to research plants. We want to sell some plants. That allows you to research where is important for you to sell plants, how you want to learn about selling these plants, and then you want to grow the garden. Growing the garden is pretty much achieved by those 2 things. It allows you investments that can go back into planting more plants, which means growing the garden. You're on your way. That's a great plan. It's simple, it's concise, it allows wiggle room, and it doesn't make you feel like you fail if there's some issue. If you started out with a plan that said, I'm going to have 800 potatoes by March of next year or whatever, all of a sudden, if you have just a little small planter that you can start planting in, you may be severely disappointed by your yield. You know, you may not be good at gardening, so, this year you may get very few, or maybe all your plants die or something. And you're like, oh no. Those goals, while you may find challenges in them, don't define success or failure so detailed in such a way that it doesn't allow you to feel like you're progressing. You are able to move forward in a way that is very open to your own interpretation and defining success for yourself. And so I think that's a great plan. Also, we have 14 viewers, 20 likes. Thank you guys for liking. If you haven't liked, please go ahead and do that because it helps to grow and develop. Zan says, I love communes. Coolest thing ever. I definitely appreciate it. A lot of micronational developments ultimately turn into something that's very much like a commune. I'll say, so for Aeternia's development, we're not necessarily looking to become a commune because that implies like certain amounts of sharing and a certain amount of equality. We do run things very much like a business, although, and definitely with a monarchy as a form of hierarchy, as a form of government, but nonetheless, we hope to establish the closeness and community feel of what some may attribute to communes. Fake Name says, Dova Hattie did a 6-hour stream about Byzantine Roman history completely off memory. How long can AP go? I'm going to go for a 1 million hour stream completely off of a lack of memory. I don't think I could do that for 6 hours, like quoting like historical facts. I definitely think I could talk about micronationalism for 6 hours. We did a Twitter Spaces stream just a week or so ago where we were really heavy getting into conversations, and it was like a 5-hour stream. We stayed up till like 2 or 3 a.m. and it was incredible. We had some awesome people there. We had a number of really, really interesting characters, especially Tom, somebody who's a very old micronationalist, someone who, has a lot of wisdom for us. And so I was definitely grateful to have him as a part of the chat and allowing us to learn about his, I think, like since the 60s or 70s, like development of different nations and groups and stuff. And it taught me a lot about micronationalism and about the perspective that people have coming from different walks of life in it. So something like that is something that I can definitely do a long stream in, just because I'm as much a host as I am a participant. I'm like excited to sit there and listen to these stories and to soak up as much as I can so that I use it as valuable information for my nation, as I hope that some of you feel like you get from these streams. Also, 14 viewers, 20 likes, we're killing. Matt says Samaria would hate you, Zan. Agreed. They'd be like, oh, communes and communists? Gross. Ugh. It gives me a little bit. Corsia says, I do want Corsia to be a beacon of information and against censorship, so I'm up for covering all walks of life, both in the micronational world and in the international world. I appreciate it. I'm excited to see that, and I hope you can help us to cover some stuff that we're doing. We're trying to get more out there in the media, so 100%. We're doing a lot with our territory. We're doing a lot with our development. If you want to cover a story on us, I would be honored, and I would in fact advertise it. So if you did an interview with me, or if you wanted to cover a specific topic that we've talked about on the stream before, or something that we're doing with our territory, please let me know. I can give you some juicy content, and then I'll advertise it, just like we do with this Aeternian sheep, Saban sheep news. They write articles on us actively, and we actively promote and pitch their stuff and say, hey, go check them out, they're super cool, because they are. Washingtonia says, oh yeah, cool question. What is your national crop? That is a great question for Corsia. Washingtonia says, in Washingtonia, our national crop is peppers. Ooh, very cool. That spice. I think a lot of people really love hot sauce. So, and just, chili pepper seeds and stuff like that, ground pepper. There's a lot of opportunity for profit there. I respect that. Zan says, I really don't gaff who hates me. Honestly, hate on. Hate on, haters. Zan, so that's great. First off, I really appreciate that attitude. Not caring that much about the haters. That's something I struggle with a little bit. I care about the haters. I get in my fifis about the haters. But I definitely appreciate you guys. And I learn from people like you. I would say, for that specific case Samaria, that's a meme in our community. So we're talking about a group that we're not particularly fond of to begin with. So that's perfectly fine. It's saying that they would hate you means more than likely you're in the club with us. So don't worry. Torrance says, be prepared before the collapse. Yeah, but preppers spend millions of dollars every year on prepping stuff, which keeps an industry alive, but they may not need for, decades and decades if they ever need it at all. There are preppers who started prepping in the 50s and 60s when the Cold War stuff was happening, when, Vietnam and all that, the wars in the Middle East were happening. And these, of course, there are wars in the Middle East still happening, but I'm just saying, during a time of heightened nuclear concern, a whole bunch of people started becoming doomsday preppers, and some of those people have died and left that with their kids, having never needed the doomsday prepper stuff. So I'm just saying, if most people live, on average to be in their 70s or 80s, more than likely the world is not going to end before you would die and not need those supplies. Yet you spent so much money and effort on supplies that you needed, assuming that the world would end, when the people who you would pass them on to may not end up using them. They may just be like, oh, I'll sell them, and then if the world ended at that point, they wouldn't be prepared. So it's, I think, a lot better to be focusing on growing an economy and developing, assuming that things are going to stay the same as they are, just because there's a lot higher a chance that you will make a profit from that and be able to push forward and grow in the society that we currently exist in, to then be able to turn around if all of a sudden things start hitting the fan and be able to quickly purchase up a whole bunch of stuff and protect yourself. I feel like that's a better investment than investing in a whole bunch of stuff and keeping your money low on the off chance that the world doesn't. Fake News says, prepare day to day for the then. Interesting. Torrance says, the collapse is inevitable. It is planned.
I disagree 100%. People don't plan for large societal systems to just collapse. It's in fact contradictory to most people's well-being, the rich and powerful included especially. Pluto says Pluto in Capricorn was the start of the collapse. Corsia says, I'm hoping to maybe grow some sunflowers, have that be the national plant for Corsia. Perhaps grow some tomatoes, flowers, berries. Very cool. Mm. Why is everybody on this inevitable collapse doomsday prepper stuff? Y'all chill, bro. I don't know. Mm. Fake name says, build your nation, give it infrastructure of its own, and then you can wait for the inevitable collapse of the eagle. Yeah, everybody's really hype about preparing doomsday stuff. I disagree. I don't think the world's going to end. I don't think the U.S. is going to collapse for a long, long time if they do. I think it's much more likely that they continue on and continue modifying to fit their current needs. Washingtonia says, Zan, what are you talking about? Michael Ryan says, AP is therapy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys get benefit out of these videos, and I hope to continue to provide that. But sincerely, seeking therapy is important. Like, even if you feel like, you're totally fine and healthy and nothing's going wrong and you don't have a mental illness, whatever. I've been through therapy. Trust me, therapy is important. You don't have to go your entire life if you don't want to, but the longer that you go, the more actively you try and make it a part of your life, the more you'll learn about yourself. It's helpful for anyone and everyone. I recommend it to every single person, no matter how you feel, whether you're really, really happy, really, really sad, confused, whatever. Even if you don't trust therapists or doctors or whatever, you should still go and check it out and try it, because you never know what you'll walk out with. You may realize some stuff that you didn't, even if you feel perfectly fine in the moment. Therapy it's cleaning, it's taking care of yourself, it's maintenance. And it is something that, we don't love to do, but is always beneficial once you get to the other side of it. And it's a constant thing that you got to manage. I, for the longest time, have been dreading cleaning my car out. My car has been dirty for years, since I've gotten it. I've cleaned it out a few times, and my dad generally helps me to clean it out because he sees the problem, and he goes out of his way to try and clean and fix stuff for me. And for the last, year and a half, I haven't really cleaned it out. I've just been driving around with it. I'll empty it every once in a while and kind of pull the trash out, but not deep cleaning, vacuuming the carpets, washing the car, doing stuff like that. And so then all of a sudden yesterday, Tiff was like, let's clean your car. I had brought up how I want to clean it, and I've been complaining about it, and my dad had been complaining about it for sure. And so Tiffany just said, "Hey, let's clean your car." And I was hesitant. I was gonna start making an excuse like, "No, we got other stuff to do. We're so busy, we can't." And I was like, "You know what? Let's do it. Let's clean the car." So we clean the car. It takes 4 or 5 hours. It was a long time. It was exhausting. It was tiring. I hate not literally 5 hours, probably 3 to 4. We cleaned it out. It was tiring. It was hot in the middle of the day. I was aggravated. I was sweating. I didn't want to do it. And then we cleaned the car and we finished it, and I dreaded it, and I was gritting my teeth the whole time, and I didn't like doing it. I was annoyed. And we finished it, and I closed my car up, and I saw how much space I had, and I saw how clean everything was, and I saw, all of the little things that I wasn't noticing before, all of the space that, I couldn't have put stuff previously, my glove compartment cleaned out, my, center console cleaned out. I know all of this is a little bit off topic, but it's just to get back and say that maintenance is important. Whether you're talking about the maintenance of a micronation, a country, which is a huge deal, or whether you're talking about your psychological maintenance, like in therapy, or whether you're talking about cleaning out your car, just maintenance in general is annoying and it sucks, and we put it off every single day. I do it especially. I'm the worst about it. But I'll tell you what, if you grit your teeth and do it, you'll find that you're helping yourself a lot. Every time you do not go about doing regular cleaning or maintenance for something, whether it's cleaning your house, cleaning your car, cleaning your mind, cleaning yourself, whatever it is, you will ultimately feel like you're carrying stuff with you. You have this baggage, you have this weight, you have this lack of ability to do stuff for a long time, and it sucks. And then all of a sudden you clean and you realize, you do some maintenance, and you realize how much freer you feel, how much of a weight off your shoulder it is. And it's a breath of fresh air. It's wonderful, it's nice, and it helps us to move forward as people. So do your maintenance, go to therapy, go to seek some help. Even if you don't feel like there's anything wrong, clean your car. That's my advice. Help yourself because you don't realize what's going on until you actually are on the other side of doing that cleaning. I didn't feel like my car was dirty. Now looking back on it, my car was incredibly dirty. But you feel like because you live in it for so long that it's fine and you get accustomed to it. And now I'm like, oh my goodness, if I was one of my friends riding in my car or something, I'd be like, ugh. If I was, my dad, I'd be complaining 10 times harder than my dad actually complained to me. It's important. It's important to do that cleaning. You don't see it when you're inside the mess. You only see it once you take a step out because you've removed everything and you feel so much better. Jamaican beef patty. I just dropped it. Crumb, I need to get that. $14 viewers, 21 likes. Thank you guys so much. We are ratioing. First off, I want to acknowledge Robert. Robert jumped in and said, hello. Hey, Robert, it's good to see you. I know we're about 15 minutes past your comment, but it means a lot that you're here. Fake name says, micronationalism, not micropolitics, is therapy. I want to talk about that too, because I'm curious as to what you mean. If you're talking about the politics between different micronations, like what's happening in micronations, a lot of the time that's just foreign relations. Like that's people dealing with each other's micronations. To some extent, that can get a little bit silly when you talk about war and stuff. But I don't know. That's not too big a deal. When you talk about micropolitics as in like micronations discussing like world politics, I also think that's important. So hit me up. Hit me up with what you mean by micropolitics versus micronationalism. Because I feel like, micronationalism is a form of someone's politics, someone's views on the world and advancing their political opinions and goals and objectives. I think a lot of time in society we have this taboo around the word politics. Politics isn't something that's nice to talk about. Politics isn't something that's going to make you friends. Politics is something that makes enemies and has corrupt people in it. Politics is a part of life. It's necessary. It's necessary to talk about it. It's necessary to talk about your beliefs in it, opinions in it. That's how you move forward and develop. So I'm curious to see what you mean. Torrent says the Crown Republic policy is citizenship by investment. Very cool. So what is that investment? How much do you have to invest to become a citizen? Robert says, hey, I have a question. What's up, Robert? I appreciate you. What's your question? We got strobe lights that are hitting. Those are wild. Zan says, oh, dang, the power might have gone out. That's what might have just happened because I saw my phone just like chime back on as if it lost power. And now these things are strobe lighting. Excuse me, everybody, if you're seeing a strobing effect. For anybody who might have like seizures, strobe effect warning. Zan says, is a prophet of God divinity, is a Pentecostal grandmother who sees spirit. Y'all are talking about divinity. I'm not in that conversation. Robert says, do you plan to have an Air AP2? That's a great question. So when I first started out as a micronationalist, I followed micronational traditions and what I saw in micronationalism. So I called myself Emperor AP the First, right? Emperor API, and that's what's on a lot of our documentation. And then I learned, because I'm not a big history buff, like some people who come in the community, a lot of people are more educated in history than I am. They came in and they said, hey, a lot of time people call themselves the first because they're dead. Like it's not that they are called the first, they're just called their name, and then other people call them the first because their kids take their name, or someone else comes and takes their name, and then they're the second, so that makes the original the first. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So I dropped that from my name. And as well, it also came from this idea that I never planned to have my kid become the second, but also that's not the point. First off, Aeternia does not have a dynastic heir policy. So my kids have no inherent right to the throne of Aeternia. You know what I mean? We don't have a throne in the first place, but my kids are not guaranteed the emperorship. They are guaranteed what I own, which technically is the empire, but that's not going to be just given to them. That's a merit-based position that is uh, given based on who I choose. I will actually pretty quickly be writing a will. As of right now, if anything were to happen to me, it would go to Tiffany and my father, who would figure out what to do with things. From there, they know my interests and what's best for, how I feel this community has developed thus far. As time goes on, as we start getting residents on our property, as we start developing to a much larger extent, I will eventually write in my will an heir, somebody who I appoint to the throne after I die, but nobody, not Tiffany, not my father, not anybody will know who that person is. That will be updated from time to time as I see somebody come in who I feel is fit to sit on that throne. And when I die, that will, whatever its current version is, will go into effect. So that has to be a very long thought out process for me. But ultimately, it is not, it's something to ensure that one, my children don't become spoiled brats who feel entitled to power and who don't really care about Eternia and don't want to run it properly. Secondly, I don't want there to be any sort of coups or attempted assassinations because people think, oh, well, we know who will get in power. So if I just make enough influence and I, ensure that this person, either myself or somebody else, is going to become the next emperor, then we, kill the emperor, or the emperor gets sick and dies or something. And then all of a sudden, now I'm the emperor. This person that I wanted in power is now the emperor, and yada, yada, yada. Nope. It'll be a crapshoot if I die. Y'all are getting somebody who you don't know is gonna be the emperor. It'll just be told to you because that'll be my final declaration. But at the same time, that's not something that I plan for as of right now. There are alternative plans in place for the moment in case I would die. But that's a great question. So no, also I don't want my kids to be named AP as well. I'm the one and only AP. My kids, I want to pursue their own passions and not to try and follow in my footsteps or, their mother's footsteps. It's important for my kids to chase after their dreams, just like I chased after mine. They should make a name for themselves for what they care about and what they need to see be different in the world, not necessarily what daddy did. You know what I mean? That's not okay. There are a lot of people that I went to school with throughout my college career who followed their parents into a career. They were engineers because their parents were engineers. They were scientists because their parents were scientists. They were lawyers because their parents were lawyers. They were doctors because their parents were doctors, or because their parents wanted them to be. That's not okay. Your kids should do what they want and pursue their interests. Otherwise, they're gonna, one, not like you for putting them in the position to feel like they have to do that. And secondly, because there is no certainty that they're going to enjoy what that is. So they may resent you for it, but they also may not be the best that they could be at it. Whereas if they just followed whatever it is that they care about, they will become the best that they possibly can at it. And they can feel like they can try and fail and change things without living up to some standard. Drew says, bro, Zan, chill. We're here for micronationalism. Zan said, so sick, so sad because your narcissistic opinion is the only one that counts, right? Quit provoking me. Hey, y'all chill. Y'all chill. Zan, Drew is one of our citizens. He's somebody who is a big part of this community. Although, yeah, it seems like you guys got off on the wrong footing. I think he was memeing and maybe took it a little too far. You were being very serious and started calling him a narcissist. It's not okay. I think both of you got heated really quickly, and it's just both stop engaging with each other. I would ask that. Vincent said, Zam, keep it to micronational stuff, please, or I'll have to put you in timeout, man. Like, I'm sorry, but it's clear that other people are asking you to stop. I appreciate it, Vincent. I think they're going to calm down. I think they're going to chill. Torrent says, you're not thinking about your own banking system, you're missing out. If you're not thinking about your own banking system, you're missing out. I get that to some extent, but again, you have to follow the law. So you can't just develop a banking system without ensuring that that's something that your nation can handle and that you have the finances to be able to pay for. A license in a macronation. If you try to run a bank without the proper licensing and regulations, you will go to jail. Washington get fined heavily. Washingtonia says, LOL, AP, you got the same air fryer as me. I recognize that noise. Hey, I appreciate it. Very cool. And it's actually not mine, it's Tiffany's family's. But yeah, absolutely. Air fryers are very cool. Michael Ryan says, Torrance, it was me. I thought I may have seen you on YouTube. Hey, very cool. Fake name says, Torrance, what about people that aren't there yet? Most people are not there yet. I don't think anybody in the micronational community that I know of, even Molossia, even Sealand, have the ability to run an actual regulated bank through their macronational government. The licensing for that is in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to do properly, to have the right attorneys do the right things and set up the right paperwork over years of time, ensuring that you have everything you need to be able to, for example, create checking and savings accounts, to issue lines of credit. That is, to issue credit cards and stuff like that. Those are wonderful, investments, but they're wealthy investments. Most people are not there yet. The micronational community, I've never seen one person who's fully incorporated a legal banking system into their infrastructure. Vincent said, Torrance, didn't you say you were starting a bank or something like that for your nation? Yeah, I think he did, but once again, it's expensive. Michael Ryan says, name is familiar. 16 peeps in chat. Hey, yeah, very cool. We've been hitting it up strong right now. We got 13 and 21. I'm excited to see how big we get before the end of the stream. Fake name says, Aeternia streams are my one exception from my breakdown, from my break from micronationalism. That means a lot, fake name. I appreciate it. And as well, I'm excited to learn more about Cusneria and why you decided to take a break. Breaks are important. I take breaks. Everyone should take breaks. But I'm glad to see that you are actively participating in our stream. One, I think that means that even though you're taking a break, you're not fully out of it. Like, you're still getting to talk to other micronationalists. You're hearing opinions. You're seeing what's going on. You're keeping up with things, kind of all from the stream and maybe from our Discord. It's really cool. It's really cool, and it's important to take a step back, say, I'm not going to push myself to be too active or whatever, but also to be able to observe what's going on, because then when you start back up in the community, you feel ready to go. You know what you're interested in pursuing. And while everyone else has been running around trying to meet their own objectives, you have had the ability to focus on what's important to you and plan. Drew said, Zam, I'm clearly so poised and narcissist because I'm trying to keep the chat micronational and not about astrology. It's all good, Drew. I hear you. Fake name says sassafras is a good plant. Absolutely. Vincent said, I got it, Drew. Thank you. Fake name says you get root beer out of it. Cusneria, if you invent Cusneria and root beer, I will drink that. I do love root beer. Delicious. Washingtonia says sassafras makes root beer, right? And then said, yeah, y'all got it. Y'all are on the same page. Vincent says root beer like sarsaparilla. Hey, very cool. Zin says, let it go, guy. Micro focus on micronationalism. Thanks. Okay, so now everybody's just saying, yeah, y'all are all saying the same thing. It's fine. Drew says, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, then perfect. We got it. We did it. Ta-da! Achieved. Fake name says, now I wish I had Twitter. You certainly could. You could jump on our Twitter streams, our Twitter Spaces live streams. We do them every once in a while. We haven't done one in a minute, but I'm trying to get some people together to do like a big event thing. So maybe we'll do one soon. Corsaria says, the territory in which Corsaria finds itself on has a fairly large, underused, and undeveloped garden, whereas a British gentleman that lives next door to us have this large, developed garden. Very cool. But that's still just about like your own time and progress. Like, don't compare yourself to others and be like, oh man, we have like so little that we're doing. You're doing things at your own pace. It sounds like you may have benefit. If that person has a really cool garden, hit them up, talk to them, and be like, hey, I noticed you have a cool garden. We're trying to get that started over here. You got any plants we can have? You got any seeds we can have? Tell me about how you started. If you inquire about what somebody's passionate about, like their garden, and you really like prop them up and be like, hey, your garden looks really cool. I'm impressed. I want to learn how to do that. People will most of the time help you. One, because they're excited that you're interested in what they're interested in, and secondly, because they want to feel like they're able to teach and able to educate and able to show the value that they've produced. And I'm sure they understand the frustrations of starting out and losing and being difficult. So they're like, I want to protect you from that. I want to make sure that you don't make the same mistakes I did. And so more than likely, if you talk to that person, they'll help you do very well with your garden. Zan says, and then Zan says, because their view is only right one, of course. Zan, y'all both agreed to stop talking about it. It's chill. It's fine. Y'all got it. Game over. Y'all did it. 15 viewers, 22 likes. Thank you guys for 15. I see you out there. I see each and every one of you looking through this camera just like I am. We're looking at each other across the screen. I see you sitting there, right there, laying down in your bed, sitting on a chair. I see each and every one of you, and I'm telling you, y'all are really cool. I appreciate you, and thank you for hanging out with us. We're learning about micronationalism together. We're talking about this big community that we have, and seeing that from you all is just heartwarming. It really is, so thank you. Corsia says, Corsia wants to contribute to the helping the earth. It keeps me from staying inside worrying about the world. Focus on the 3 core values: family, micronation, garden. Hey, very cool. And then you incorporate your like garden into your main 3 things. You're like, not only is it our goal for the summer garden, but we're also like, no matter what happens, the Corsian nation will exist for millions of years, and we're gonna have that garden. I love it. I appreciate that. The Corsian garden. Baliga says, TBH, we do not hate communists. All we hate is people who hate on and harm others. Sounds hypocritical, but you get the point. No, I don't think it's hypocritical at all. Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm going to forget this person's name. No. I know it. It's on the tip of my tongue. The leader of Psychodia. Christina. I don't know why I couldn't remember the name for half a second. Christina and I were talking last time we covered the Dracul Psychodia relations issue on our channel, several months back. We talked about this concept that the tolerance of everything is intolerance. If you tolerate hate, you're becoming intolerant. You can't tolerate intolerance. And I think that's very true to what you just said. You're like, we don't hate communists. The only thing we hate are people who hate on others. So you don't hate communists. You hate people who hate communists for no reason, or hate communists, period. Like just blanket statement, hate communists. That's important. It's important to say, I am accepting of others, and I look out for and protect those from people who are unaccepting of others. I don't allow hate or bigotry or, racism or sexism or whatever to develop and to thrive within my nation. I pull it out. I end that. And that's important. 15 viewers, 22 likes. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Vincent says, AP, whenever Jason joins the stream, me and Fake Name are just like, it's Jason, yeah, absolutely. And Jason likes being on the streams. He and I have talked multiple times recently about he's like, I feel like I crash your streams or whatever. I'm like, but people love it, dude. Please keep on hitting up the streams. For me, it's great because, of course, we get to see Jason, and Jason's a character. He's a cool guy. But on top of that, he has a lot of interesting opinions. Again, he's someone who is from outside the micronational community. He didn't know about this community entering into it because he was curious about history and about, learning about everybody else's political opinions or learning about how he can develop his own nation. He came onto it because we just started talking about it, because he happened to be in the same location as me while I was streaming, and we started to have a conversation, and we grew it from there. He became interested in learning and hearing what we had to say as a community, and he responds to it unfiltered from his perspective outside of the community. Just like we have Zan being able to talk some about their interests, although they said themselves they already had some background and experience looking into the micronational community. Jason absolutely does not. This is his first time, now second or third time joining a stream and talking about and hanging out in a community full of micronationalists. That's important for us. We need to be able to learn from people like Jason. And I am trying to learn from him every single time we have a stream and we talk about something. I try to see how much I can ask him that relates to topics that he may not have ever heard about because he's outside of the micronational community, and what he thinks about those things. We've talked about micronational war. We've talked about, types of governments. We've talked about creating currencies. All of these things that an outsider wouldn't think to talk about within the micronational community, and wouldn't really think of as super important. But once you hear them, you hear him respond and go, "Oh yeah, absolutely!" Like that makes a lot of sense. It's weird why people would do that, or I think this is the reason that this should work, or maybe you could do it like this. And then you see him as we start to go through. Sometimes he'll catch stuff that micronationalists don't catch at all, and he'll be like, "Ooh, you should be doing it like this." Sometimes, which is a cool, fresh perspective. Sometimes you'll see him fall into the same thing that a lot of micronations fall into, like in real time. You see him go through the same exact process that a lot of micronationalists go into, and then we can talk about it right then and there and say, okay, well, why do you think that way? Do you think that this could be a problem that you run into later down the road if you were to do that? And then he'll go like, oh yeah, like we talked about currencies and being like, yeah, but you can develop these currencies and stuff and you can do this, but you need a license. And then he goes, oh, okay, well, what about if we just trade? And it's like, well, but if you trade for too much and you don't, you don't tax that, and you don't, pay the taxes on that, eventually you'll get in trouble. And so we started talking about this and working through these ideas that I think a lot of micronationalists just get involved in and get wrapped up in. So it was really cool to see Jason's opinion, and we will definitely have him on more. Robert says, AP, you form a military and revolt against America with other micronations? No, not at all. That's not our interest at all. We are not supportive of trying to develop any kind of micronational militaries or anything like that. We're not trying to arm ourselves as a group. We're not hostile. We're not violent. We're trying to do things specifically based around economics. We're trying to grow a community for ourselves. We're trying to be a positive influence on our local community here in Alabama. And we want to be able to extend a friendly hand to others who are curious about this. We want to help people who may not have a great place to live or who need help, and we want to be able to offer that. We want to be able to search out people who have high value skills and be able to support them with what we do. And we want to be able to show people and be a great introduction to the micronational community, showing them that it isn't something that they need to be concerned about, that it's something that can have a really positive impact. I think people who are trying to focus on militaries and, posing this, show of force is really concerning, not only for other micronationals who don't want you to make a bad name for us by doing that, and also through people who are outside of the micronational community who would be really concerned. We talked to Jason about that as well. Him being someone outside the micronational community, him being someone who loves guns and weapons and stuff like that. But we asked him, how do you feel about people having micronational wars and micronational militaries? And he's like, I'm really not down for it. He was like, I'm fine for calling something like a paintball war or a, airsoft war or whatever. Not even a war, a paintball fight or an airsoft fight, calling it incursion like Fake Name calls it, or something else. But having something that you declare a war, having something that you declare a military, can be perceived really negatively. And that's how Jason took it as well. So a lot of the time we have to really think as a community how we're branding ourselves. And doing that, it shows from other people who, even Megan, his girlfriend, was talking about, that feels uncomfortable. That feels unsettling to talk about. So I think we should try and steer away from militarism in the micronational community as hard as possible. Big Name says, Vincent, yes. Big Name says, Consnaria national crops is tea. Absolutely, I remember that. Baliga says, our national crop is cress. Ooh, very cool. Zan says, dude, you're awesome. Who TF are they? Who are who, Zan? I'm curious. We're behind on comments, so I'm trying to catch up on everybody. Washingtonia says, I usually reduce the haters by changing the subject. Smart idea. Michael Ryan says, Robert, there are tons of Malachi's types already. Besides, it would be AP and 10,000 12-year-olds against the most powerful military the world has ever seen. Absolutely. I think when they say Malachi's, they mean militias. And yeah, 100%. I don't think that's smart. Washingtonia says, I remember I got into a heated argument with an Antifa person and I asked if their profile picture is like an elevator sign when I knew well what it meant and told them a life story. Oh, interesting. Zan says, hi haters, and then dabs. I respect that, Zan. Fake Name says, I spit NE in the direction of Stemeria. What's NE? Uh, Zan says all predestined and then put all. That's a mysterious thing to comment, Zan. Drew says we're all definitely haters. We are definitely all haters. Some people certainly are. But Drew is fine for real. We're gonna chill. Don't keep going with talking to Zan. Zan's doing their thing. You're doing your thing. Let's just separate out. Robert says I don't like therapists. They always they said they away are prying into your life. I imagine it's always. It's like, yeah, but that's the point, right? They're trying to help you figure out things about yourself. A lot of the time therapists don't pry, like they don't tell you you should be doing this or whatever. They ask you questions which allow you to come to your own conclusions about why something is. They may steer you in a particular direction and say, "Ooh, well, are you sure that's how that, or do you want to like double think that, or why do you think that is? Do you feel like that's reasonable? Do you feel like that could hurt people?" And they try to steer you in a particular direction, but they don't ever force you into an answer, tell you what they think you should do. They allow you to draw your own conclusions. Therapy is really important. If you feel like therapy is negative, it may be one because you have a bad therapist, so you should seek out a second opinion, go to other therapists. Sometimes it takes a few to find the right fit. Also, and this is most important, if you feel like you're getting too many, like every therapy experience you've ever had is bad and every single therapist is bad, it may just be, that you're not trying to embrace the process. So it's tough. It's a lot of work, but it is cleaning. It is maintenance that we need to do on ourselves as people. Fake Name says, remember, and also if you talk negatively about therapy, it can potentially shame other people into not seeking help that they need or would benefit from. So always keep a positive tone when you're talking about therapy. Even if you're not going to do it, support and encourage others who you think might. Don't tell people you need to go to therapy because there's something wrong with you. But support people and say, hey, this is something that everybody should do. It's important because it is. From experience, from me going to therapy, it is. Fake Name says, remember that vid where you said the U.S. would collapse? That's probably why people are like this. Oh man, chat that day pissed me off. I actually unsubscribed for a few days. Oh, I'm sorry, Castaria. I'm sorry to hear you unsubscribe. That's not good. I will say, I didn't say that the U.S. was gonna collapse. I said the U.S. is like doing a lot of stuff that's messing it up. That stuff can collapse nations. But I wasn't like doomsday, professing. I wasn't saying like the end days are here or whatever. But I was saying like the U.S. is like trash right now. Here's some problems with the U.S. These are things that could absolutely lead to the U.S.'s downfall. But my apologies. I did not mean to insinuate that the U.S. is going to collapse or anything. It's not. It's a completely well-standing, functioning government for what it does. I disagree with a lot of the things that happen politically, but I think so do a lot of people in the U.S. on both sides of the aisle politically. It's just, it's really sad to see events happen and things that could be prevented or could be managed better, and then to see it blow up in the U.S.'s face time and time and time again. So yes, that day I was a little bit heated, and that day I'm sure I said some things, relatively speaking, that felt doom and gloom, and that said things like the U.S. is going downhill really fast, but that doesn't necessarily mean I meant Mad Max apocalypse scenario. Valiga says, we want to prepare in case of the economy exploding. We do not have enough money for a nuclear bunker, but we are currently working on making clothes and crops we can sell if the end does not happen. Don't be a doomsday prepper, Valiga. There's better things to do. You should be trying to make money and grow, but don't assume that, you need to prepare for the end times or something. Vincent says, I do have a question regarding Samaria. Why are they in our Discord if we don't like them? I don't know if you noticed, AP. That's a great question. So yes, they are in our Discord. We used to be fine with Stemeria. You know, again, I don't condemn Stemeria in any way. I don't say like, oh, you shouldn't support Stemeria. You can do whatever you want. If you feel like Stemeria is valuable, go ahead and support them. I think the things is doing currently and have been doing, especially to our community, is wrong. I will speak out against that. I will say I disagree with that. But you know, I'm not trying to start an arms race against Demary or you know to rally the community against Demary. That's not the point of this. Um, Stemeria is in our Discord because we have not retaliated against Stemeria. There's no reason for us to. Stemeria, we had an agreement with Stemeria that had very loosely defined terms. We had intended to uphold those terms, but not to add extra terms that weren't declared, such as a timeline for our deliverable. So, when they demanded that and we denied it, they backed out of an agreement that we had. So, that being the case, and they said, you know, we don't want it. We're declaring this condemnation. Y'all are garbage. Y'all are trash. So that being the case, we still have them in our Discord because before that happened, we were fine with them. All the way up until they did the condemnation video, we thought, you know, we'll settle things out, we'll figure things out, something will get resolved. And then it didn't. And they came out and took a really hardline stance against us and did something very public. So we're not kicking them out. We don't retaliate against them. We are trying to be the better people. We're trying to show a better way of tackling this problem and moving forward as a community. We're not going to hate on people. We're not going to, you know, I'll talk smack about something that somebody is doing and saying, I think this thing is wrong. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't gatekeep the community. You shouldn't this, that, and the other. But I have no reason to judge an entire nation of people based on the actions of a leader, based on the actions of, you know, some individual point in time of that government. Stemeria is made up of a lot of people. I'm sure a lot of people are very supportive of it and very proud of it. So I do not mean any ill will toward those people or anyone for that matter in Stemeria. It's something that I was disappointed by. It's something that I will continue to make statements on as necessary, and as I see things develop, but it's never a condemnation of Stemeria the nation. It's never, you know, me saying, don't trust those people or don't support those people, because that's not true at all. We should come together in the micronational community. But I can definitely point out and say that I don't think they're willing to do the same. So, that being the case, that's why they're still in our Discord. You know, they don't participate in our Discord. I haven't seen them post anything or do a bunch in our Discord. If they are, let me know, and I'd love to read it. I'd love to see what's going on with them. Yeah, it's because we have no ill will against them. We're not trying to kick them out or fight them or be mean to them. Baliga says, but if the end happens, we could use them. Agreed. If, more than likely it's not, but you can hedge your bets toward that. That's fine. I'm just telling you, I think on the ends of risky investments, that's one of the riskiest and least valuable investments. Washingtonia says, all right, I have to go finish some stuff. See you guys around. See ya, Washingtonia. Oh, Socialist Republic of Jack Wall joined us and said, what's the Stemeria issue? You can go back and watch it. We have a response video that covers both their video and our video. We posted a video a little while back saying, you know, reaction to Stemeria condemnation. Stemeria condemned us, something like that. Stemeria condemns Aeternia, something like that. If you go back and watch that video, it's a 3-hour long video. It's quite long, but if you go back and watch it, I react live for the first time ever seeing a video that Stemeria put out condemning us because they felt that we didn't complete in a timely manner, as they called it, our side of a trade agreement, which was not defined based on a timeline. We had issues, we had financial issues that were consistently and routinely brought up and told to Stemeria and its government. At the end, we have, you know, our side of the story that we tell, along with that reaction that we did in the first part. So you get to see all the Stemeria video in our video. You get to see my reactions. You get to see the screenshots that we share based on the conversation that we had. and so on and so forth. So if you're curious about that, you can go look more into it, but that's not what we're talking about at the moment. Fake name says, Jakal, not here, not now. Probably go look it up in a minute. It's a long thing. It is. And very annoying. Sorry for spamming. All good. Thank you, Cusnaria, for hitting that up. Michael Ryan says, gotta go. Be well, all. Bye. See you, Michael. Thanks for hanging out with us. Gooligan says, bye, Michael. Matt says, bye, Michael. Vincent says, bye, Mike. Fake name says, see ya. Drew says, 14 viewers and 22 likes. Very nice. Yeah, we're building up those watch time hours. Sincerely, you guys. If we chill in here till it hits 2 hours, we will have at very least like 24 hours of watch time. That's huge for us. We're trying to get to that great, I keep saying 4,000 watch time hours. So the closer that we get to that, the better that it is. So thank you guys. Keep hanging out with us. And yeah, everybody saying start liking if you haven't. It does mean a lot to help boost our numbers. Fake name says, yes, that's what I meant. Other micros dealing with other micros, particularly when Stemeria is involved. Yep, absolutely, fake name. I agree. Zan says, agreed 100%, 110%, very well said. Thank you, Zan. That means a lot. Drew says, 15 watches, 22 likes. Whoop, whoop. Yep, we're getting it. Robert says, okay, the micro uprising was a joke. I appreciate it, Robert. I assumed so, but just because this is the internet, it's a YouTube video, people are going to take it seriously. I have to be able to make that disclaimer and say, yeah, sure, like the comments are this way or whatever, but this is who we are. There are people who will come in and say, oh, I saw that one clip of your video, and so you support an uprising? Like, I want to just clarify that. But I do appreciate it, Robert. I think I understood that it was a joke. Fake name says, dealing with Demarius camp is very stressful, and on a rainy day it becomes depressing. I definitely get you. Drew says, how did the name AP become a thing? I wouldn't be surprised if Demarius in chat. They very well might be. We'll see. Drew says, how did the name AP become a thing? Well, that's a great question, Drew. AP is actually my initials. It's the nickname that my mother had for me. So when I started Aeternia, Aeternia is based around the idea of supporting my family and creating a better life for myself, my family, and whoever else wants to become a part of this empire for the future, to build a more stable foundation economically, societally, culturally, for us to live and thrive in. That being the case, family is really important to me. My mother passed in 2018, and she was a huge part of my life. She was a big role model for me. She was somebody who always pushed me to keep going and pursuing what I thought was important, even if people didn't agree with me, even if it was an unpopular opinion. She always taught me to be the person that I know I need to be, and to listen to my spirit and the rational voice in my head that tells me, this is right, this is wrong, this is what you should be pursuing, and to be logical about it, to be consistent about it, to be helpful, to be kind. She is a huge inspiration to me and still is. And so the name AP, very, very few people, even in my own family, call me AP. Most people call me by my first name. And so that being the case, there are my brother, my sister, my mom, and very, very rarely my dad will call me AP. My mom was by far the most frequent person to call me AP. So that being the case, hearing that name is a big deal for me. It shakes me to my core to hear AP. Because I feel Aeternia is an extension of my family, because I feel like Aeternia are the people that I am supporting and protecting as my own family, that name means a lot to me. When I hear somebody call me AP, I connect that person to this idea of my mother, this idea of my family, this idea of people that I want to support and be there for and protect, and to give benefit to and to help in any way that I can. AP is something that clicks to me and makes, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up because it reminds me of my mother. AP is an identity. It's a way of life for me. It is a way of seeing the world, a perspective that tells me to be kind and thoughtful and compassionate and to remember where I come from. AP is a heart and soul for me, and AP is who I see the world through. The name AP is near and dear, and it's something that I smile every time I hear somebody call me it, because it makes me think that my mama's proud of me, and I think she would be. She was alive when I started Aeternia, and she knew a little bit about it, but I don't think she knew necessarily how far it would come, and I think she'd be really proud of where it has developed. And so she's always been my biggest fan. She's always been my biggest supporter, and I'd like to think I was always hers. So That's where the name AP comes from. It comes from my family, it comes from my background, and most importantly, it comes from an amazing mom, who none of this could have happened without. So she's the driver in that. That's what AP is. Robert says, imagine an attorney in civil war. Let's not, Robert. You're memeing. You're memeing again. Fake Name says, I will have a dynastic policy, but it will be based both on merit and interest. So if I have two or more kids, they will have to compete for meeting qualifications. That makes sense. Do you think that could hurt their feelings, though, eventually? Or do you think that could cause, like, inter-sibling rivalry? There are plenty of societies throughout history in which, rival siblings will, like, kill each other. Drew said loyalists would win if a civil war did happen. Makes sense. Also, a civil war can't really happen in Eternia, at least in its current state, because all of our territory and all of our assets are wrapped up in U.S. law. And so, for example, the territory that we own, the 3.5 acres, as well as our businesses, our enterprises, the ways we make money, are registered through the United States and registered in my name. So even if, there was a civil war or whatever, it would just be, people saying we want to overthrow AP, and it'd be like, oh well, you legally can't. You can leave. Anybody at any time is welcome to leave Eternia. That's something that we actively understand, and is one of the great things about micronationalism, is that if you're not happy with your government or your society, you can go and join a new one. However, nobody can take any of our assets or resources from me. They just have to leave as they are. They can try and take people with them, which is certainly fine, but at the end of the day, you can't actually like overthrow the government, because I'm the government and I hold all the resources legally. Robert says my kids are, and that's how Eternia is designed. Robert says my kids are going to be third. I'm dying on that hill. My kid will be in the third. Robert says we'll be the third. Oh, very nice. So you are called the first, or you called the second, Robert. Robert, is your dad Robert, or is your mom Robert? And now you're Robert, and so then your kid will be Robert the third? Or are you Robert the first, and you said there's no second, they're gonna be the third? You could do it. You could put it on their birth certificate. Scenario says, Robert says, scenario, attorney in civil war. Scenario, I still keep all the resources. Zan says he called himself one. I said society. Oh, interesting. Corsia says, I would support an Eternian republic in case of a civil war. That's cool, Corsia. It wouldn't happen. Robert says, AP dies of COVID. Tiffany is appointed successor. AP kids declare an operation to restore the AP dynasty. AP's kids exile Tiffany and enter a civil war amongst themselves. So, AP's kids, my kids, would be trying to fight Tiffany, who I assume if we were together when I died would be their mother, and would, what? No, this is silly. This is crazy. It was savage children. Corsia says, personally, eventual. That could be a solid fantasy book, though. Corsia says, personally, eventual is like Game of Thrones. Personally, eventual Corsia will become a republic just to get past the early stage of national development. I don't want to be in charge forever. I want to see what someone else can do. Very cool. Corsia says, the nation will outlive me when I'm gone. Very cool. However, a lot of the time, people who come after you won't be as passionate as you, so you'll run into this difficulty of like, oh no, we've been pushing for so long, we've been doing all this cool stuff, but now we have someone else taking charge, and they're not exactly sure how to take the reins because they weren't the person who founded it, and so people will always be hesitant to accept a new leader. That's with anything. But on top of that, people are sometimes very, very stuck in their ways. So, for example, if you go to a restaurant that's been your favorite restaurant for years, and all of a sudden they're bought by a new owner, and they have a new chef or something like that, you may be critical of it. Even if the food's still pretty good, if it's different, you'll be like, it's not as good as the original or whatever. Because that's just what you were used to. That's what you liked. That's what you came to love. So that's a similar thing in micronationalism. A lot of micronations fall once their leader leaves because it was started by the leader. The reason people joined it, the reason people liked it, was because of that initial leader. So now, once you have some change, you have to reinvent a whole continuation of that value that is based not on identity connection to a leader, but identity connection to some inherent value the nation has, regardless of its leader, which is a hard thing to do. It's a hard jump. And a lot of time people will leave their nation before that's fully established. You would have to establish that value outside of yourself way before you would leave your seat as the leader of that nation. Torrance says licensing starts at $1 million in several Caribbean countries. Yeah, for being a bank. Yes, in Caribbean countries, in countries that aren't the US, so you wouldn't be able to operate in the US, licensing starts at $1 million. That's incredibly expensive. I would not recommend it. It's so much work and effort to get $1 million just so that you could market credit lines to people in the Caribbean, like in Jamaica, Cuba. What? You can, but Dominican Republic, you can, but it's hard. Robert says part 2, AP's kids are fighting, but Republicans sponsored by Corsia Rise Up and commies by Beliga Rise Up. Aeternia is in 5-sided civil war after AP's death. Oh my goodness, you guys are writing like AP Aeternia Game of Thrones fan fiction in the chat. Somebody please make like we need to get Onyx. Onyx, please take this video and turn the story into an animated video. I would love that. Matt says, I actually see land is positioned just right outside of the UK's water claim, so they are their own country to some degree. If you did a crazy enough stuff, if they started killing people, the UK would step in. But as of the most part, when they did the whole German hostage thing, they didn't step in. Fake Name says, break from dealing with Temeria and their camp of goons. Oh, goodness. I appreciate you. Matt says, Temeria has a few goons. I get you guys. Again, I'm trying to stay away from, as the face of Aeternia, as the emperor. I'm not going out of my way to really condemn other nations, but I definitely hear you guys and I see what you're saying. Robert says part 3, Parkistopia and Beliga intervene, establishing People's Aeternia and Parkistopia coming out the woodwork. Like someone say communist. I love this fanfic. Establishing People's Aeternia and the Republic of Aeternia. Also fights AP's kids, call up Stemeria, boss music's Stemeria becomes a huge offensive capturing Vitae. No, that's gross. Why'd you turn the fan fiction into a nightmare? Oh, gross. Vincent said they gave goons. They have goons, huh? Yeah, agreed, Vincent. Most people in this chat do not like Stemeria, and I'm kind of that opinion as well. Once again, I'm not going to condemn anybody, but yeah. Fake Name says, I'm primarily involved on Facebook, and thus I'm dealing with Andrew and his camp a lot. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry to hear. Robert says, the Republic of Aeternia surrounded on all sides is portioned. AP's firstborn kills the secondborn, taking his territory, and with Sumerian aid crushes People's Aeternia. Oh, gross. You're making me hate my non-alive kids. Oh, why would they do that? Support communists over Stemeria, bro. What? You for real? My kids don't know anything that I would want in that scenario. Vincent says, what he's doing on Facebook, honestly. What is he doing on Facebook? Honestly, this is a bit childish. I've had my fair share of adults acting like children, a lot of video games, so I hope this community isn't similar to that. That's sad. Vincent, this, caused bullying. Caused heavy bullying and attacks on people in our community. I think that's why people are upset. If you're saying why are people so against Stemeria? It's because a lot of people have been personally hurt, directly hurt through their actions. Again, it's just people being upset. I'm not gonna try and add flames to that fire. Y'all think what you want, support who you want. You should be able to support Stemeria if you want. But I understand the reaction, and I would say that Vincent, I hope you and I talking maybe in private after the stream or something, I can explain more to you my position without causing continual uproar. Just because I really think it would shed some light for you if you haven't watched our video, if you didn't know everything that happened. Fake name says, geez, Robert, chill. Robert says, however, a war brews with Park Estopia due to them refusing to withdraw. Chaos brews. Makes sense. Fake name says, I would say 4 values: farm, micro, garden, God. Oh, interesting. At least for us. Very cool. Uh, Matt says, petition for Corsia to meet Corsica. I would like that. Their names are very similar. Robert says, 27 minutes behind. What? Yes, we are hella behind in chat. Let me keep going quicker. Fake name says, I don't hate communists, but I don't view them favorably due to it having a link with fascism via socialism. Nah, dude. Nah, that's horseshoe theory hella hard. No. No, 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 no. The way I see it, both communism and fascism are based on hate, just different scapegoats. Disagree. Fake name says, but if someone can prove me they aren't hateful, then I have no problem interacting with them. There are plenty of communist regimes that have ended up being fascist regimes, that have ended up being authoritarian regimes. They are not mutually exclusive. You don't have to have one or the other. Like in horseshoe theory, you don't have to have them connected like in horseshoe theory. Fascism is based directly on hate. It is an ideology that stems directly from hate. Communism isn't inherently based on hate, but can become hateful if led by the wrong people. Same thing as monarchies, democracies, republics, etc. Vincent said, I don't like the authoritarian examples of communism, so I don't jive with that, and fascism is wrong by anyone but people who are fascist standards. Agreed, 100%. Yes, and that's the big issue. There are communist nations that are prime examples of being horrible, abusive people. But it's not because they were communists that they were horrible, abusive people. It's because they were hateful authoritarians, that they were fascists. So that's the issue. But not all communists are fascists. Torrance says, what a way, or not all communists are authoritarians. Torrance says, war is a waste, but being armed and having defense is not optional. Thinking to praise the Lord, incursion was advertised. I didn't have to do anything. Yes, sir. Torrance says, citizens of Kingmania have freedom of association. You can associate or not associate with any persons as you see fit. Our Constitution almost destroys any potential of communism in the Crown Republic. Nice. Fake name says Northeast equals any. Oh, very cool. Vincent says, I think having a police-like force or a sheriff would be something okay, as they won't be fighting other nations, but helping to keep rule breakers at bay. Makes sense, and I've seen a lot of that established in other micronations, and I agree, that's completely different. Corsia says, Emperor AP, opinions on sub-region micronational concepts such as Deseret and Cascadia. I have seen Cascadia. I follow them on Twitter a little bit. I know their leadership has changed back and forth a good few times, but I have followed some of their stuff. Deseret, I don't think I know very much about, but you'll have to inform me more on. Torrent says, I was overthinking presentation. I've had more success in the last week just working on the Constitution and asking people, family, coworkers, would they be interested in investing in a new country? People are looking for another option. Now is the time. Makes sense. Hey, it's the Tiffer Snoo. She's here for me and you. What's up, you baby? What's up? This is my friend. She's cool. She makes me happy. She's tired. She's been napping. Let me keep checking comments. Fake name says, this is my last Samaria mention. Their conservative views is valuable, but their hostile childish behavior has ruined their credibility in my eyes. Makes sense. Vincent says, I mean, at least you're thinking your stuff out, so hope it goes somewhere other than, otherwise it would be a lot of work for no positive feedback. Agreed. Corsia says, I watched Samaria video, I thought it was funny, and I'm not going to lie, it was great. One about the wars. However, the one where they condemn Aeternia is just bad form. I appreciate it. Torrance says, Samaria's cool, I've reached out for official communication. Congratulations, Torrance. Vince says, I mean, that's good for you. Just keep working at your nation. Makes sense. Corsia says, anyone heard of the Empire of Calypso? They're actually pretty cool. Watched a few videos, seem pretty decent. Yes, absolutely. I'm not sure. I want you to turn that way so that people don't see what's on your shirt. Let me see. I'm not trying to be mean at all. It's a doxing thing. Corsia says, anyone heard of the Empire of Calypso? Yes, we actually have talked to the Empire of Calypso a little bit. And maybe you're somebody asked us about who to recommend for micronational content. They were ones that I had talked about as well. Vincent said, yeah, he's a cool guy. Sometimes them or Mike Ryan. Agreed. Fake name says, now we all call you AP. Ave AP, Ave the Emperor. Oh, goodness. Thank you. Vincent said, we won't go quietly. The Legion can count on that. Oh, goodness. Fake name says, Constantine was the great, the first Christian. He was one of the best emperors in history. He was also a mama's boy, and that is great. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for supporting us. Vincent said, "What's your opinion on the Holy Roman Empire?" Fake name. Fake name says, "You mean the unholy German Confederation?" Baliga says, "Bye." Fake name says, "It was founded when there was still a Roman Empire." Fake name says, "See you, Baliga." Ari says, "Hi, Ari. I've been missing you. Good to see you." Vincent said, "Precious love, precious life." Oh goodness. Fake name says, "Speaking of Parkistopia, are they dead?" No, they're not. So I don't know what the official state of Parkistopia is. Last I talked to General Secretary Brizette, it was, I think, a year and a half, maybe close to 2 years ago. And he was stating how he was still working on some stuff, trying to gather a few people. But primarily, I think he's been focusing on his personal life. He's been in college, he's been traveling, he's been doing a lot of stuff. So I don't think he's never declared, Parkistopia is dead or whatever. Parkistopia is done, at least that I know of. But it has definitely taken a back seat to some of his personal development, and I think that's perfectly fine. Corsia says, I'll go back to Corsica due to the name being derived from the island, though I always preferred to say it with a K, not a C, and then I took away the C's in Corsica, and it became Corsia. Oh, that's cool, so it was actually directly involved. Do you guys ever Micronisty World Cup? What's up, Cameron Lee? It's good to see you. I'm not sure of what that means, but it sounds like, are you saying that we should have like a soccer tournament? Yeah, that'd be cool. We've done like foosball on the channel before. We've done ping pong. We've done Risk tournaments. We've had some micronational games before. Fake name says insert say in front of saying. Sorry, he almost caught up. Yeah, I did just catch up. I appreciate you guys. A lot of the time the chat is like huge and it blows up and it like holds everything kind of at a standstill. I do appreciate everybody commenting because it's a lot better than like not having any comments to go through and just kind of needing to like talk and talk and talk. But it helps a lot for me to be able to see you guys' feedback, even if it takes a minute for me to get through. So I do appreciate you guys hanging out and supporting the stream. I will say we have been streaming for a little over probably like 2 hours 30 minutes. The stream right now says 2 hours 5 minutes 13 seconds, 14 15 ticking up. But at the same time, we streamed for about 30 minutes before that, before we got cut out and then resumed the stream. But when we resumed the stream, it started our timer back to 0. So I'm not really sure what the official time is, but we did get a good amount of watch time on this video. I think we're probably going to be in the 20s in watch time hours, which would be really nice. I'm kind of shooting for that. I'm kind of hoping that's the case because, we really, really have to try and keep growing with our watch time hours. Right now, we're just barely above 34, but thanks to Vincent and thanks to our just consistent streaming schedule, or as consistent as we can be, we've been hovering just above that 34. We're trying to teeter over into 35. Last summer, I think at our height of everything we ever hit, we just barely tipped into 35 and then we started dropping down. So this time we want to see if we can't push all the way to that 4K, going from 35 to 36 to 37. But we have to hit through that 35 first. Each time we get to a new number or a higher number, it's even harder to keep that up because our channel just wants to drop back down to those lower numbers because it's 4,000 watch time hours a year. So every time we go up by a little bit of watch time hours, there's some streams that get cut off. Some watch time hours from streams that happened over a year ago that get cut off every day. So we're constantly fighting, always having an increasing amount of watch time hours. That's really tough for us, but because of good conversations like this, because we're meeting new people, because we're getting good likes on these videos, and we're able to spread our message around the world, we are able to start hitting those metrics. So we need about 11 watch time hours every single day if we were to go from day 0 to day 365 and try to get 4,000 watch time hours. But that would mean getting 11 hours of streaming in, 11 hours of watch time in every single day. So that's, even if we had if we had 2 viewers, we'd have to stream for 5 hours, 5+ hours every day. Having 7 viewers like this, we only need to stream for, maybe an hour or two. Once we start to get 15, 20, it becomes, half an hour, something like that. So we can definitely cut down our streams by a lot. Or we can do what's even better and stream for 2 or 3 hours, yet have some content that rolls over so that I can start to invest in having more edited videos for you guys on my days off where I'm working on other stuff. I never really take huge days off, but it allows me to, when I'm not streaming, focus on other stuff to keep helping the channel grow and to get you guys more interesting content, not just for learning about kind of what we're doing day to day, but seeing the longer term projects that we're building, reaching out to larger parts of the community who may not know much about micronationalism, and hoping to help get those view counts up. So I really appreciate you guys being here, hanging out in these streams, and really trying to help us to push forward. Vincent hit us up with some updates on his travel plans. He said, right now, packing my bags to stay with my dad for 2 weeks in Georgia. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'm excited. Very cool. Congratulations, Vincent. Vincent's actually going to be moving to Georgia. So that's an incredibly exciting thing. And right now, I guess he's going on like a quick trip. We will be a lot closer to Vincent once he's in Georgia. So that will be incredible for us and an opportunity that we just can't pass up. Again, we have territory that's very near to there, so even though he probably won't be able to make it up on this trip, within the next, 3 or 4 months, hopefully Vincent will be up here, and so then we can start doing some big planning for him to come and hang out and visit and spend some time on Aeternian soil in Vitae. So I'm super excited. Fake Name says, oh, let's hit 4 hours. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're trying. Fake Name says, and 40 likes. Yes, if we could hit 40 likes on a stream, that would really blow the stream up. Right now we're at 25. We could probably hit 30 by the end if we really pushed and got some new viewers in here. But I think most of the people who are already in here have liked. If you haven't, please do, just to help us get closer to that 30. Most of the time we never hit like 25, 30 likes. So this is a big deal for us, and it really does make the algorithm like share our stuff hard. So thank you guys. Corsia says, Corsia will not abandon the stream. We will not disrespect our honor. We will watch this until the very end. Thank you, Corsia. I appreciate that. And even just when you guys hang out, like, in the side and just kind of like have it on in the background or whatever and just kind of listen, it means a ton. I really try to put a lot into these streams. I don't half-butt it. I don't just like walk away and let it run and run and run. I try to provide valuable content as much as I can. Through the duration of these streams. Sometimes I do have to walk away from a second, but I try to have it keep going. I will say though, I appreciate everybody like streaming and like being in the comments and like hitting it up. If I do walk away for a minute, I definitely hope people are able to continue to hang in and to develop. I will say I kind of want to walk away for a second just so that I can like go talk to Tiffany. We have some day plans together. So I'm going to have to end the stream in not too long, but I figured if you guys are all comfortable with it, you'll have to let me know in a super stream poll. Just hit me up in the comments. I want to walk away for a minute so that I can talk to Tiffany about our plans. So I either have to do one of two things. I either have to end the stream, which is going to mean decrease watch time hours for a selfish reason, but also it's going to mean you guys get to talk less in the chat and we don't get to wrap up our discussion as neatly. So because we have plans at 5 p.m. and it's currently 1:30. So what I want to do is I want to go and spend some time talking to Tiff and preparing for stuff. If you guys want me to just have the stream here and set up and running, I can go talk to her maybe 10 minutes or so, come back in here, finish up the stream, have a nice ending conversation, and then head out. But otherwise, we can leave the stream early, finish talking up here, then I can go and plan stuff with Tiff. Just let me know what you guys want. Ideally, I'm on the favor of the watch time hours because it helps. If you guys just want to have it sitting on the background or shoot each other comments and just make this a comment stream and talk for a few minutes, that would help a lot. Fake Name says, major problem in the micronational community. People use big words they don't actually know the meaning of in hopes to sound fancy. That's very true. Fake Name says, AP, what's your thoughts on this? That happens a lot. I'll say even for myself sometimes, I stretch my own vocabulary and limits of understanding when talking about certain things, but I try my best to keep within my own bounds of understanding. a lot of the bounds of my knowledge, I suppose. A lot of the time, it's hard because you want to convey something specific, but you get into this really detailed, focused conversation on a very niche topic, and you have to start trying to use terms that you've heard before. Sometimes we don't always fully understand those terms. Sometimes those things are, again, a way for people to sound more intelligent or whatever. But honestly, if you use simpler words, one, you're going to reach a larger audience, so it works better. Secondly, you are going to be, you're going to know for certain that you know what you're talking about and that you're getting your message across clearly. If you try to use really elaborate vocabulary without fully understanding what you're saying, you may send the wrong message accidentally to people who do know the definition of what you're talking about, and it'll make you seem silly to them. So it's always better to go simpler and to be certain of what you're saying than to go elaborate and to mismarket yourself or to make yourself seem a fool to other people. Um, Vincent said that's people in general. Agreed, it is. Fake name says the THEE is not equal to the. Oh, my apologies. Is it thy? Is it they? Please correct me. Ari says most of the time when a stream is on, I put it in the background. Oh, thank you, Ari. I appreciate you supporting. Also, 25 likes, 8 viewers. Um, Corsia says, Emperor AP, do you recognize Emperor Norton of America as an honorary citizen? Is he alive? Like, I don't think he's alive. We honor people who actively want to become citizens. We don't, like, posthumously declare citizenship. We have to know that that person, while they were alive, wanted to be a citizen. And then maybe we could do something like that. But they'd have to fill out a citizenship application. We don't give citizenship to anybody who hasn't filled out a citizenship application at least once. But it's like, go ahead, man. Personal life comes first. I appreciate it. Everybody says they'll keep jumping on. Okay, so cool deal. I'll be right back. And then I'll finish up these comments so we can keep talking. I'm gonna go talk to Tiff. I'll be back. Appreciate you guys. Hit up the comments. Let me know what you guys are talking about. I'll be back. Before I leave, I did want to say one thing. If a whole bunch of people come in to the chat, start like spamming as if this is like a planned part of the stream. I think it'd be a really funny meme. I don't know if it'll work out, but I imagine like 30 people come in the stream and everybody's like, "Whoa, this is my favorite part." I would love to see it. That'd be pretty great. But yeah, I will be back. We're back. How many people are watching? We got 7 viewers still. Oh my goodness, that's insane. And then we're chilling every day. And I kind of needed that break. I appreciate it. I'm glad everybody's here. Hey, GK the Great, thank you for liking. We have 26 likes now. When I left the stream earlier, we were only at 25. So thank you guys for hitting it up. Also, blow up the chat, guys. I'm back. It's here. We're killing it. We're here. I gotta let everybody know in the Discord, or you guys let everybody know. He's back. He's back in the stream. We got a couple hours before Tiff and I have to leave for our plans, so I'm gonna stream for a little bit longer, and then we gotta dip out. But sincerely, you guys just hanging out, 6 viewers, 7 viewers, 8 viewers, something like that for the last 20 minutes or so that I've been gone, 15 minutes. It's a big deal. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Vincent said, "Do y'all mind if I go play Daisy?" Have fun playing Daisy, Vincent. Fake name said, "Go ahead." Vincent said, "Okay, fake name, watch over the place." Vincent, you're the mod. I see how good a mod team we have. No, that's all good. I understand. The streams get boring, especially if I'm not here. That's hilarious though. Vincent was like, "All right, I'm passing it off. Y'all be good. Take care of the place. Here's the key. Lock up when you leave." Vincent, no. Ooh, multiple things. Hold up. Going back. Going back. Ooh, Connor joined in. It's good to see you, Connor Hetner. I know that was a minute ago, but still, it's good to see you. Goodness. Goodness. I appreciate it, Vincent. Hold on, I'm just going back and catching up on all this stuff. Vincent said, "Go ahead, man. Personal life comes first." Those are like 1:30. It's now like 2. So we were gone for about 30 minutes. Fake name says, "One time when I was in the Micronation Facebook, someone said when love leaves, money comes in innuendo. What does that even mean?" Great question. It as a perverted joke, I guess, talking about prostitution. Ari says, "Go ahead, still keep it on." Thank you. Vincent said, "I'll watch over them for you." Apparently not, Vincent. You did. You did after like 10 minutes. Fake name says, "Go spend time with your GF. Just come back." Thank you very much, fake name. Fake name said, "Tiff should do a stream." I would love for Tiff to do a stream. She has wanted to, I think, at some times, but most of the time she likes to be by herself. She doesn't really like the attention. She wants to be kind of doing her own thing, and she absolutely kills it. Corsia says, "Love builds a nation faster than the speed of watch time ever go. Go spend time with Tiffany." Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Corsia says he's dead from the 1800s, but he was pretty cool. Hey, very nice. I'll have to look into it. I know Malasia is really hype on Emperor Norton. Fake name says, "Thee means you, and thus means using thee in the place of us incorrect." Oh, got you. Corsia says, "The silent revolution." Vince said, "Bruh." Fake name said, "Don't know how the US got in there. Ignore it." All good. Vincent said, "Welcome to the temporary Vincent stream. I'll be your host for the next 10 minutes." Thank you. It was longer than 10 minutes, so I get why Vincent dipped. I did say like 10 or 15 minutes. Corsia said, "Regent Vincent is here to take charge." Fake name says, "I can't believe AP got 38 viewers in a video." Absolutely. It's up and down. Sometimes we get hundreds of viewers. Sometimes we get very small viewers. But it happens. Vincent said, "Do y'all have questions?" George said, "What are your thoughts on industrialized micronations?" Oh, that's pretty cool. Always hype as far as my name, as far as my thoughts. Fake name says, "I do." Vincent said, "My thoughts on industrialized micronations. I think it's pretty rad. Some have some form of industry at all in a micronation, which is very difficult." 100% agree. Corsia says, "What if we described Eternia from this room alone? We have 4 walls that capture the room from the camera and such. What does this tell us about Eternia?" Oh, that's interesting. Y'all are background snooping. George K says, "Let's go." What's up, George K? Fake Name says, so what is Eternia's power delegation like? Do you have governors? So the way that we work, you should check out our Guide of Foundation and Principles, which explains that in detail. We have a power structure that goes like this. The Emperor, and it's also on our website. The houses, which detail important parts of the Eternian government. So it's breaking up different parts of Eternian way of life, dealing with, right now we have two houses, the House of Treasure, which deals with our finances, anything, industries, anything that makes us money, trade, organization, treasury, stuff like that. And then the House of Others, which deals with media marketing, recruiting, anything that deals with things outside of Eternia, any foreign relations, stuff like that. And then below them, they have house masters, which run those houses. And then within the houses are nobles, which work to meet specific goals for those houses. So that's a great question, and I hope that helps to clarify. Vincent says, clarify what you mean by power delegation. Fake Name says things like that. Vincent says, so Eternia has AP for not, but any positions like that are appointed by AP. If Eternia acquires more land at the current moment, it's just AP. So that's half right. Again, like Vincent did say, we don't have anybody that is appointed like a governor over a specific regional area. We don't have territorial control because, yes, the amount of territory we have is small enough that I can just reasonably oversee everything. But we do have ministers. We do have houses, house masters, and nobles, which run different sections of our government, different special interests within our society. So it's not just me in the government. There are other people in the government. But as far as regional control, we do not have any regional control as of yet. Regional delegations, regional appointments. Fake Name says, like when it comes to specific regions or areas, doesn't AP feel comfortable with dealing? AP doesn't feel like comfortable with dealing with himself. Again, as of right now, it's small enough that that's not really an issue for us. We just have the one territory, Vite, and then the places that we stay and occupy physically. So that's not too big an issue for us. As we get larger, though, we will probably appoint regional, regional governments as well as the Eternian overall imperial government. George says, hey chat, do y'all have an industry? George K. the Great asks. Vincent said, I would imagine if you trust that person a lot and they prove themselves to be effective leaders, they can be appointed. That's absolutely true. It just depends on how things shake out. Corsia says, I'm founding an agricultural industry, but I hope not to contribute to the rise in CO2 in the air and overall climate change. It's a hard thing to do, especially because agriculture requires a ton of water and a ton of creation of greenhouse gases. Vincent says, so I make stuff with cloth. I'm starting up a textile company in Eternia. Absolutely, and we're excited to have Vincent starting that textile company. Fake Name says, I see. Corsia says, what was that? Connor says, so many notifications. And Vincent says, hello, Connor. Fake Name says, that is a phone call, I believe. Yeah, I'm sure somebody got a phone call. Corsia says, hello, is the doctor calling? Vincent said, yes. Oh, it might have been me getting a phone call. Fake Name says, one last question. What's up, Fake Name? Vincent says, what do you mean, one last question? Keep them coming, my friend. Yeah. Connor says, where is AP? I was walking away, but I'm back now. I'm sure everybody dropped out of the stream because they didn't realize I was back. But I'm back, and we're here, and we're talking about the facts. Vincent said, talking to Tiffany real quick, he'll be back momentarily. I appreciate you guys. Fake Name says, in the future, say a micronation lost an incursion and was unable to be annexed or unable to keep playing for land, had to be foreclosed. Would Eternia be willing to host a government in exile? We wouldn't. No, we don't host governments in exile. If somebody's going to live on Eternian soil, they're going to be an Eternian citizen. We will adopt your people, we'll take your people into our nation, but we don't really like having governments run side by our government. We want you to join our government. We don't make anybody join our government, it's by choice, but if you want to be supported by Eternian infrastructure, you need to be an Eternian. Vincent said, that's something I cannot answer, that's up to AP. That is a great question, though. Cosnarius says, makes sense. Vincent said, what are your guys' opinion on the war? Cosarius is bad for everyone involved or not. Agreed. It's really bad. George says, I think a big city, it's very difficult to have an agricultural industry. 100% agree. Of course, he says, there's a reason humans have the capacity to talk in which we can hopefully settle our differences. That's also a wise opinion. Fake Name says Ukraine. Well, I think Russia is in the wrong. I just don't see how a bunch of mostly American people saying Russia should be ashamed will stop anything. Both of those are really solid points. We can't, fix the world or fix things in Ukraine by just complaining about Russia, but at the same time, Russia is in the wrong. It's important to continue to acknowledge that. Vincent says, yeah, war is pointless, and I think peace talks should be mediated by a third party. Agreed. Fake News says, who would be the third party? That's a great question. Vincent says, so fake name, what is incursion? It's the war thing that he has, but instead of saying war, you call it incursion. George says, do you guys have an industry? We do have multiple industries. We have an automation industry, a green energy industry, which does a lot of solar power currently, and which you can see in some of our videos, as well as a metal refining industry. Fake Name says, using airsoft to fight other micronations is voluntary, so I can't just declare incursion on Eternia and invade. AP would have to agree to fight. And that's smart. Vincent says, so it's like faction wars on day C. Post parties have to agree. Vincent says, Eternia Gas Industries. Yes. Gas industry. Oh, has industries. Yes. I was like, we don't have a gas industry. But yeah, we do have industries. Fake Name says, doesn't Eternia also have a smelting industry? Yes. We don't have a gas industry, though. GK the Great says, what kinds of industries? Vincent says smelting and textile. So we have a metal refining industry. We also have a green energy industry. We have an automation industry. And as well, Vincent is trying to start a private textile company in Eternia, although it's not an Eternian industry. It's not something that's run by the government, which would be an Eternian industry. And it's also not yet a licensed business in Eternia, which is a separate thing. GK says, my nation has plastic construction capabilities in an electronics industry. Very cool. Fake Name says farming. GK says, what kind of plants do you farm? Fake Name says tea and corn. Kasneri is big on tea. GK the Great says tea, that's very unique. Why tea? Fake Name says alcoholic tea. Also, tea is good for one's mind. Very cool. And then Vincent dipped out to play DayZ. Oh my goodness. GK the Great says, I farm grapes, raspberries, and tomatoes. Fake Name says, the Emperor has returned. Yep, it's me. It's me. I have returned to see you all. And I appreciate you. GK says, what's their alcoholic tea you were talking about? I've never heard of it. Fermenting the tea, basically. GK the Great says, hey GK, it's good to see you. Tinky Winky keeps jumping in this chat. We're gonna kick Tinky Winky right here because we don't want them. Very cool. So yeah, it's good to see everybody. Fake Name says spamming much. You know it. They were Tinky Winky in their way straight out of the chat. And it says message retracted. Oh, Fake Name, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel like you need to retract your message. But yeah, they were spamming a ton. But yeah, I feel like to kind of go over the final thoughts that we were having for the way that this stream has been going, talking about the development of micronations, talking about why it's so important for micronational leaders to have particular backgrounds, to have developments that they feel are important to them, and to continue to push forward for what we're doing, is simply because it's not going to come easy to any of us. Not for Eternia, not for Arcovia, not for and when I say Arcovia, the Kingdom of Arcovia in Mississippi, not for, anyone, not for Molossi or Sealand, even though they're quite large. We all have our next goal that we're trying to achieve, and we all have limitations to get to that. Some goals are going to be real easy to achieve because of our backgrounds and resources. Some are going to be incredibly hard to achieve because of our lack of background and resources in those things. So of course, finding people who are really talented and skilled in those areas can help us to improve in that. But that is not always the answer. Sometimes it just takes patience and learning and trial and error to try and get something right. It's always going to be something that makes a large stress on a nation to be able to achieve a goal that it's not familiar with or prepared for. But that's just a part of developing a micronation. That's just a part of being in this community that we know and love, and about making something that is worth fighting for every single day. Eternia, as its own nation, is something that I am proud to wake up as every day. I'm proud to wake up as an Eternian. I want to continue to pursue Eternian projects, industries, development. I have some stuff to update you guys on with that. I just haven't been able to edit a video in a second. But it's a huge issue that I'm continuing to be excited on updating you guys on. More specifically because we have a driveway now in Vitae, and I wanted to tell you guys about that, but it just happened like 2 days ago. So there's a lot of cool stuff that I need to update you guys on. Again, check out our Instagram, TikTok, stuff like that to be updated on the latest stuff with us. I have a number of videos that need to come out, but I've been slow to bring them. So Fake Name says, I retracted my it because the spam was removed. Yep. Fake Name says, I think I might start doing videos for a conservative point of view in micronationalism to substitute a certain someone. Oh, interesting. To substitute myself, I was going to say, I think there are a lot of conservative viewpoints in micronationalism. I think, there are a number of people who are quite outspoken conservatives in micronationalism, but I think you can certainly do that. Like, go ahead. It's important for you to express who you are and what you feel. I think it's difficult because a lot of the time, if you focus on and say, well, this is what's, my opinion, and this is what I think is the right politics to have, you should talk about those politics, but you should also try to develop for the community as a whole. You should, I think, if you're going to speak on your opinions, make it clear that while you have particular ideas and things that you want to share with the community, and things that you feel are important to yourself, make sure that other people of other ideologies are supported and are welcome in your community. A lot of the time I see communities that are really heavily partisan, specifically just saying they talk about politics, which is good, but they specifically only lean toward a conservative or liberal viewpoint, that they keep out anyone who isn't of one or the other of those views, whichever they favor. And so sometimes that can make the community, even if it's not an opinion held by the leader of that community or the figurehead of that community, a lot of the time it can get to a situation where the chat of somebody who may not have said anything negative at all about someone in the chat or about a particular viewpoint, they'll start like railing against, the commenters who are of a different opinion, and will make it really hostile a place for people who have different beliefs. So definitely be very careful and make sure that your community is always open and accepting of other people. Fake Name says, no, to substitute Samaria since they're not worth watching anymore. Makes sense. I get it. GK the Great says, what do you think about micronations, nations, relations? Fake Name says, I just don't see many active conservatives on YouTube is what I'm saying. And that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. 100%. GK says, what do you think about micronations, nations, relations? So like foreign relations are difficult. We talked about these a little while ago. A lot of it, to me, is based around what value you get out of foreign relations. So for a long time, I've been a big advocate of you need to have some kind of trade. That's what Aeternia is interested in. When we look for any kind of official documentation to create a relationship with another nation, like a treaty or an agreement or something, we always do it based on economics. So if we don't have some kind of economic ability to connect with your nation, even if that's just like producing video content or something, it doesn't have to be like money swapping hands, or it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be some sort of official, shipping of goods or services. It can be as simple as shipping of goods. It can be as simple as doing a service for one another, such as creating content, such as advertisement, stuff like that. That kind of connection allows us to do something more official with a nation. However, there are plenty of other nations who sign documents and have connections based on mutual recognition, based on friendship, based on, defense treaties and stuff. I would say Um, it's a big issue because it's a big issue because a lot of the time people have difficulty figuring out what the value of their agreements or connections with other nations are. That's a part of the politics of foreign diplomacy, foreign relations. However, ultimately, the biggest benefit that you can get if you're not getting some kind of economic benefit from a connection to another micronation, in my opinion, is support. We talked about this earlier. Micronations struggle with a lot. You're not always going to have the right answers. You're not always going to know how to solve a problem. And you're not going to feel great every single day that you wake up about how your micronation is doing or how this or that is going. But at the end of the day, what you can really count on and what you can really be assured of is that you are supported and cared about. If you have friends in this community, people that you talk to regularly, people who, without asking for, some specific benefit from, that you just appreciate each other and value each other and that you give each other your time and attention and respect, those people are going to be the people ultimately who end up really helping you and making you feel really, really supported and secure in this community. Those are your friends. Those are your allies, so to speak. Those are people who, unofficially or officially, those are the people who ultimately are going to be the ones going up to bat for you. And when you're feeling down about something that's happening in your nation, are supporting you and are, saying, hey, we believe in you. You're on the right track. Keep going. That's one of the biggest benefits of connecting to other nations for me, is that sometimes without even doing anything, without posting a video, without doing this or that, I can call up the leader of another nation or schedule a call with them, and we can just talk privately about particular things that Aeternia is doing. Sometimes that leads to business developments. Sometimes it's just to support each other and just to say, hey, this is, what we're up to. I wish you luck in what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Oh, I believe in you. You're on the right track. And just to share anecdotes with each other, to share stories, to share our dreams and our hopes. And that's a big, big deal for us. For me, certainly. GK the Great says, let's go, everybody. Let's go chat. We're getting it. Fake Name says, perhaps one day Cusnarian corn-based biofuel can power Eternian forges. I would love that. I think that's really cool. And biofuel is a great way to continue helping the planet over non-renewable resources such as fossil fuels. Cusnarian says, fun fact, V2 rockets used a fuel that was 70% alcohol and 30% water. The Germans had to denature the fuel to keep rocket workers from drinking it. Oh goodness, that's rough. So they had to make it taste bad. GK the Great says, do you have relations with different continent-based micronations, like micronations on other continents? So we have connections with them. Do you have relations with them? Yes. So one of the most recent examples of that is Emperor Kyoto and I may be mispronouncing his name, but he is of the, oh goodness, I'm going to butcher the name of his nation. The Japanese micronation that we have just started entering talks with. Again, not to sign official paperwork, but just in support of each other. We're following each other on Twitter. We retweet some of each other's stuff, and we have been talking actually through the Twitter space that we first connected to. We have some micronations in Germany that we know of. We have some micronations in France and Spain that we know of. We have, I think, a couple micronations in Australia that have been around for a good long time that we have always talked to and had friends in. So, yes, there are a number of micronations around the globe, not just in the U.S., that we are connected to and have friends in, despite the fact that that may not necessarily be, some on-paper official declaration or treaty of friendship or whatever. Fake Name said, no, they had to poison it. Oh, interesting. So they were like, we're going to make it kill you if you drink it. Not just that it'll taste horrible. We're going to make it actually like hurt your body. That's crazy. I guess that makes sense, right? Because if you just make it taste bad and then the rocket workers still drink it, they'll just learn, oh, like, just just kind of like plug your nose and chug it real fast, and you'll get drunk and it'll be fine and it'll be funny. But if you really like, make it like make them sick to their stomach and throw up, then it's like, oh, they won't drink it. They'll get sick and have diarrhea and throw up every time they're trying to do that. That makes sense. GK the Great says, with current gas prices, I also thought about biofuels. That makes a lot of sense. It's very smart and it's practical. People are talking about, in today's, you're going to need to have your stuff prepared. And I don't know about all that, but I will say biofuels are a great way to produce energy for yourself and your people, as well as to build up reserves in case there is a day where all of a sudden you can't afford the gas prices, which is a lot more likely a scenario than entire societal collapse. Incredible scarcity of resources, 100% is reasonable. And that's something that develops not because the entire society collapsed, but just because we ran out of a resource or got so low on a resource and that it became incredibly overvalued, and all of a sudden a lot of people are stuck without that resource, which slows things down, but doesn't mean that everything has just fallen apart. It means that you just can't drive to places, which means getting to work is going to be harder, which means you're going to look for alternatives like biofuels. And that everything else will become a lot more expensive. Robert says, back. Hey, thanks, Robert. Appreciate you joining us. Robert says, the government should give free gas. Agreed, but they should also just invest in getting free transportation for people that isn't reliant on gas. Like, for example, if we had trains. I know Vincent's a big train guy. Trains, some kind of public transportation, if invested in the U.S., would really be beneficial to people here. Fake Name says that's also what Prohibition did to keep moonshiners from bootlegging. It only worked in kills. Hey guys, sorry we glitched out for half a second. That's rough. I'm sorry that bootleggers were dying left and right because the government was poisoning moonshine. That sucked. Yeah, but I don't know. That's rough. Robert says, like, every citizen gets a free month's worth of gas. Gets a month worth of gas for free. Yeah, but then they're just going to deplete it real quick and you're back to the same problem, only now there's even less gas. I think that's tough. Robert says, oh, Hyperloop, we need those. Nah, the Hyperloop's silly because it's like it's a less valuable version of a train. Like, the Hyperloop tunnel that Elon Musk set up in Pasadena or somewhere in California, is garbage because you just drive your car in the tunnel and then it like zoops over. It's not good at all. You could instead. Hey, Tiffany.
How do I do the marker thing again?
The Mercury thing again.
Marker.
Thing.
The check mark.
Check mark.
The PDF thing on the Acrobat.
Oh, did you set up the app and you got into it and everything?
You have to fill up the enrollment verification for Megan.
There should be a tool that lets you do it. You have to like look into the.
Well, I already did the text box thing.
You did the text box? There should be a way. Can you expand the like keyboard? There's like a way I think to like look on, and it'll give you like certain options.
Well, there's a thing where it's like watermarks, and then the thing next to it just says like more.
Try more, and then like symbol. See if you can't like right click in the text box and see if you can't pull it up that way.
Okay.
If not, you might have to go up to the top left-hand corner and go through like settings or like options or something. See if you can't find it up there.
Okay.
All right, love you. Yay, Tiss doing cool stuff. Oh, Robert says I'm talking about Hyperloop trains. Agreed. There are just monorail trains in general are really smart. Maglev trains, they use them in Japan all the time. They're used in most of Europe. Really efficient, really good. Have to use minimal, if any, gasoline power. A lot of them run directly off electricity, which still may use oil or natural gas or coal to power the electrical power plants. But at the end of the day, you're saving a lot of gasoline. Cars in the United States, all of our shipping routes, all of our stuff delivered via large scale transportation like 18-wheeler shipping, whether it's like door-to-door deliveries like Amazon, or whether it's just individuals driving back and forth from work, use a ridiculous amount of gasoline every single day. We are burning through it so quick that it's not even funny, and it's super sad. Asteria says, "Hello, AP. How are you?" I'm great. How are you? Uh, Gaming Crusader said, "Bro's mic died," and then goes, "Never mind, that's me." Oh, it's all good. What's up, Gaming Crusader? It's good to see you. I'm sorry to hear that you had some technical difficulties hearing us, but I hope we're coming through loud and clear for you now. And I'm excited to be hanging out with you. Gaming Crusader, have you hit up the micronational community before? Do you know about us? And do you know about the Empire of Aeternia? Because I tell you what, we appreciate having you here. And at the end of the day, I hope you give that like button a little bitty smash so that all these people who don't know about the micronational community can get learned, can get educated on this. And also, if you subscribe to us, that helps us to continue to spread this knowledge farther and wider, and it helps you to get notifications if you select all notifications on those post notifications, because a lot of time people who subscribe to us don't see all of our content, especially these live streams that I have to do sporadically sometimes. So if you want to keep up with us, you can help to follow us through that, through subscribing and liking and stuff. And that ultimately gets us to a position where we can reach 4,000 watch time hours and get monetized, which is the goal. We're close. We're almost to 3,500 watch time hours, and we're going to try and push toward the end of the summer to getting to that 4,000. Fake Name says, "If we figure out how to harness it, I believe in you." Robert says, "In my timeline, a new golden age hyperloops are commonplace by 2040. I believe in you, Robert, although I certainly hope someone better than Elon Musk comes up with a way to do that. Again, I think just regular, monorail trains and improving monorail trains. I keep saying monorail, but they're, maglev trains. Maglev trains are super, super beneficial to modern transportation and can be improved on incredibly, especially the longer distance they are. In the United States, maglev trains would be able to go really, really quickly because of how much distance you have to accelerate. You don't want to accelerate a train too fast or anything that has people in it too fast because the G-forces will hurt them. However, the longer a track you have, the longer a time you can take to accelerate up to your max speed, which means you can have really, really fast trains that go from, New York to San Francisco or New York to LA, that just really slowly accelerate up until they're going, 2, 3, 400 miles an hour, 5, 6, 700 miles an hour, while still feeling like a smooth, comfortable ride for their passengers. And that's something that we could have very easily. That would improve transportation in the United States. That would improve cargo shipping and stuff like that throughout the United States. That would make us a more secure infrastructure in general. It just requires investment that people don't want to put into it because the vehicle manufacturing industry in the United States is so strong, and the oil and natural gas industry in the U.S. is so strong that those lobbying groups, those special interests, do not want to let go of their absolute stranglehold on the U.S. economy that they have, even if it's worse off for everybody, because they do. The Gaming Crusader says, "Yes, thank you, big man. It's working now." Hey, thank you, Gaming Crusader. If I'm big man, you're the biggest man. I believe in you and I appreciate you. I don't know if you're a man though. I guess it was inappropriate for me to assume your gender, but you're the biggest person that I see in this room. I appreciate you. Not talking about that hashtag body shaming, but just trying to support you and your big spirit there, big spirit energy. Uh, Asteria says, "I wish you and Eternia a prosperous week." Thank you so much, Asteria. That means a lot. I wish Asteria a prosperous week as well. And as we say here in Eternia, Eternia forever. Fake Meme says, "Dev's Vault?" What? Crusader says, "Don't worry, my good man. I have been subscribed for a while now." Thank you so much, Gaming Crusader. That means a lot. Had you heard about micronationalism beforehand? Game Crusader said, "Monetization is based." That's our whole hope. We're trying to get as many consistent streams of revenue as possible so that we know we have a certain amount every month to plan for. It as well makes it a more stable position to me because I would like to eventually be able to do this as my full-time job. It's not something that I'm anywhere near close to being able to do right now, but hopefully, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, it's something that I can look at more seriously. I don't think I'm ever going to make a ridiculous amount of money doing this, but if I can make enough to survive, I can put everything else I have into Eternia and really make this something incredible and something that accelerates a lot quicker so that we can support other people with that money. One of our big goals, which feels ever closer in reach, is having residents live on Eternian land. That's something that, I thought of maybe being like 30 years down the line or something when I first started Eternia. And I thought of us needing to get to like 10 or 12 years before we were able to purchase land for Eternia. Now we have land for Eternia, and residency is just based on how quickly we can build some buildings on that land, which is incredibly expensive. We have to have, a well dug. We have to have a septic tank put in. But for all that, once we hit the amount of money that we need to do it, we can just throw that down and we are well on our way to having a comfortable place for our first residents to live. People who are full-time Eternian citizens, identify as Eternian citizens, live in Eternia, work in Eternia. That's only a stone's throw away from where we are now. So the quicker we can monetize, the quicker we can get to those bigger and better projects. And we're going to keep pushing every step of the way. Robert says, I've been saving all my stories and timelines in a world anvil. Very convenient. I appreciate it, Robert. I would really like to see, if you were the one doing the Eternian fanfic earlier, I would really love to see a fully fleshed out version of it. Fake Name says, anyone who spells Dev's Vault with U is a barbarian. Oh, goodness. What does that mean? Goodness. Robert says, I have made quite a few predictions about technology and world borders and made a sci-fi story about Equestria. Interesting. Fake Name says, humans don't feel speed, we feel change in it. It's not just humans, it's, force equals mass times acceleration. Yeah, varying changes in velocity, derivatives of velocity being acceleration. But that's not just a human thing, that's an everything thing. Robert says, imagine visiting you or Jay. Oh, goodness. Lust imagine. Robert, you're memeing too hard. Gaming Crusader, I'm a male, don't worry. Hey, I'm glad to hear. Gaming Crusader said, I actually used to run a micronation, but it failed after a couple of years. Well, you could always join Eternia. You could help make it a bigger and better nation for the people of Eternia. Eternia is great because they heard ya, and they appreciate the work you doing out here. A lot of people who are micronational leaders have really good skills and have like an ability to do a lot for the world. They just feel like, oh, well, because this or that didn't work out in my micronation, I'm just not going to do micronationalism at all. And I think if more people, instead of creating their own nation, actually took their skills and resources and used them to push toward another micronation, they would have huge benefit in that micronation and could become a valuable part of it and help to grow it even more. If we have 20 or 30 people who are all like really consistently working toward Eternia and helping it to try and make money and have resources, eventually we can get to the point where Eternia is something that's not just beneficial for starting out the resources that we need and trying to secure those. Eventually it becomes, okay, well, now we're able to start paying people a small amount as independent contractors. Okay, now we're able to start paying people a small amount, of salary, or of, hourly work for living as residents in Eternia and getting bigger and better. That means more consistency for the channel. That means higher quality videos for the channel. That means more opportunities for our larger community out there on the internet. And of course, more for our residents that live here. So we're trying to push for it. And the more good people with good minds who have the skill sets to help make changes in the world that we have, the better we can do that. Also, you guys may see Winter sneaking around there in the background. She's a cute little cat, and I might sneak her in just a minute. Fake Name says, gotta go, 1%. See ya, Fake Name. Game of Crusader says, see ya. Game Crusader says, Devs Volt means God's will in Latin, is a big war call in the Crusades. Oh, concerning. GK the Great says, I saw some time ago an inventor from Crete that made biofuels for his car. Now with the gas crisis, I'd really considered it. Your self-sufficiency is really important in times of crisis. 100% agree. Uh, Robert says, AP stop singing. Yeah. Uh, uh, I will stop singing only to resume it when you least expect it. David Crusader says Cretans are built different, and this is what. Robert says, okay, I have a question. Would Eternia resist a takeover in the U.S. by a Christian theocracy? And then Gaming Crusader said, Cat. Yes, that was Winter. She's adorable. So, if I understand you correctly, if the U.S. was being taken over by a Christian theocracy, like the U.S. government was being developed into a Christian theocracy, would Eternia resist that? Yeah, yes. We probably wouldn't, fight people and like kill people over it, but we would do everything we could to just avoid having to deal with that and trying to separate ourselves continuously as much as possible. I myself don't identify as a Christian, and I don't run my micronation as inherently a Christian nation. We're a fairly secular nation, but we do allow for, anybody to practice whatever kind of religion they want to. So I imagine Eternia being inside of a macronation that was a Christian theocracy would pose a lot of difficulty for us in our worldview. So yeah, that would be something that we would push back against, and that we wouldn't be supportive of. We would just try to, snake our way out of it as much as possible and try to figure out loopholes and ways around, as much as we could avoid while trying to simultaneously leave as quick as possible. Gaming Crusader says, Cat. Robert CG says, okay, well in my Equestria sci-fi, the world is occupied by the Holy American Empire. Oh, interesting. So that's where it kind of comes from. You're like, there's this base idea that I'm coming up with for a story, so I want to see how Eternia would react in it. That's pretty cool. I'm curious to see how you think we would react in that situation, and what may play out in a fantasy story based around that. I know for a lot of so there was someone else, I think a couple streams ago, that they were saying, hey, I'm writing a fanfic about Eternia being in a civil war or something, and that was a crazy thing. Not the Eternian civil war thing that you guys were talking about earlier, but they were like, if the United States went into a civil war, and they were talking about that. I was telling them that I don't think Eternia is and never will plan to be a violent nation or a nation with a military, so it felt like a strange connection, but it was still cool to see people's creative talents. Gaming Crusader says, well, gentlemen, I'm going to go commit war crimes in Crusader Kings 3. I wish all of you luck. Hey, thank you, Gaming Crusader. It was good to see you, and I appreciate you hanging out with us. You helped to get us almost to 30 likes. We're at 27 right now, banging out that money. I appreciate it. Robert says, I did that too. I was one with the U.S. and Eternia Civil War. Yeah, I remember that. I appreciate that, Robert. And I'm glad to see that you're hitting up all these cool ideas. Robert says, I actually finished that one. Ooh, can you let me read it? I'd be excited. Hit it up. Hit it up in these straight up not comments. In our Discord. If you're a part of our Discord, drop me a DM with a link to it, and I'll check it out. Game Crusader said, yes. Very cool. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we got 7 viewers, 27 likes, and we know we're doing everything right because we're chilling, you guys, and I appreciate y'all. And we're doing it every day without no stalls. We are banging it out, and I appreciate y'all watching. I want to turn off that light because it's really strobe light flashing, and it's kind of annoying. And I'm looking for a way to fix it. Oh my goodness, I really don't want it to continue. Goodness, I'm trying to find a way to turn off this strobe light effect. But for now, I'll leave it just to kind of wrap up with you guys. The big thing that I wanted to talk about on today's stream was, the pitfalls that micronations run into, the misconceptions that people have about micronations, and what it takes to be the leader of a micronation. And ultimately, I just want to say, You guys are wonderful. This community is wonderful. There are some people in here who have malicious intent, but for the most part, this community is a super helpful group of individuals who are all trying to achieve the same goals and who ultimately want to make a better world out there for other people. So if you can, try and join other micronations. If you're leading your own, make sure that you take breaks, relax, and take care of yourself. This is a marathon, it's not a race. There's always room to learn from each other and to cooperate, even if not at the scale that we would like to or with the swiftness that we would like to. And at the end of the day, we're all pushing for those same goals. So I want everybody to know that I appreciate you guys. I want you to know that no matter who you are, where you're watching from, what your goals are, that the Eternian Empire supports the progress of micronationalism and the learning and the education that comes along with that. This can't happen just us. This can't happen with just any one nation. It takes a group of us together. And I hope to allow us to achieve that very quickly. I'm lucky to have you guys here with us, and we're going to make something incredible. Every day feels like, maybe not the first day, but every day feels like a new milestone in what we're able to achieve. And there's a lot more that we've done that I haven't been able to push out to you guys just because I want to make well received edited content, and it's coming. Just know we have a number of things that we've been working on. We have rainwater collection barrels now. We have of course our driveway. We have our solar panels that we're developing, of course, and the rest of the solar system that we have set up. There's some cool, exciting stuff happening in Eternia, and it's all thanks to you guys. So we're going to continue pushing. If you guys want to support us, again, you can always support us via our Patreon. You can support us via if you want to purchase something through the Imperial Market, which is our Etsy site, you can do that. And finally, you can go ahead and support us via our Ko-Fi page, kofi.com/Eternia. That's ko-fi.com/AETERNI NIA. You can support us with an individual donation. We also have a whole big section that is connected to our commissions. So if you actually want to not only give a donation of some specified amount as a one-time thing, but also to get something out of it, we have things set up for MicroCon that we're going to go to in August. We have things set up for our Garden of Nations that we're setting up for our land purchase. So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot in the works for Eternia and its development. And as we continue to grow and progress, I only hope that you all will help to continue supporting us and pushing out the name of the micronational community so that we can really help to achieve bigger and better things and pave the way. Until next time, I love you all. Thank you for watching. And Eternia forever. Peace, guys. Bye, everybody.